Happy end of the year. In this super podcast, I'm going to play you some of the best clips from my videos and podcasts this year. Use it as a reference guide to get into top 1% of health in 2026. Timestamps for everything are down below. Let's start with the most popular podcast episode of this year. The most popular episode was me ranking 100 supplements from worst to best. Check it out. I've spent the last year digging through 100 of the world's most popular supplements. In this video, I'm ranking every single one, from total junk to God tier, based on real scientific evidence. This is the ultimate supplement tier list. Timestamps for everything are down below. Alright, so first supplement, calcium alpha-ketoglutarate. Now, this one has become quite popular as a longevity supplement over the past few years. There's a few studies showing that it does lower biological age scores based on these DNA methylation clocks, which isn't like very good evidence. And there is evidence in animals as well, in mice, that it might extend lifespan. But the other human clinical trials mostly suggest it helps with wound healing and bone density in postmenopausal women. So I do think it's good. I would like to see more clinical evidence about these aspects of biological aging, which we will have in a few years. But currently I would put it into okay tier based on the evidence right now. NMN is another very popular longevity supplement, and I would say it's a bit more overhyped, and it has disappointed a lot of people over the last 2 years, I would say. And this one is also okay. There is some human evidence that it helps with gait speed. It might have some effects on inflammation and things like that. And it will certainly raise NAD levels. Increasing NAD levels will be an important aspect of health span. Actually, NMN has been seen to extend lifespan in animals, whereas NR, for example, didn't. So, but NR has a bit more human clinical evidence, so I'd still also put it into okay tier. NR is better than calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, and NMN is a slightly lower tier than NR, in my opinion. Now, NAM, niacinamide. So this is another NAD booster that does raise NAD levels in humans, and it also has some skin benefits. So niacinamide is one of the ingredients in a lot of skin care, so it can protect the skin, especially against UV radiation. So I do think it's good, but there's more limited evidence in terms of its other effects. So I would put it into this tier here. Niacin, notoriously used to raise HDL cholesterol, and it does raise HDL, but it doesn't do anything else. Almost that it raising HDL cholesterol doesn't lower the risk of heart disease events. So take it for what you will. I do think that niacin is a very good supplement for a lot of cases. Very high dose niacin can have some effects on the liver function, but it's mostly the benefits mostly stop with increased HDL cholesterol. Quercetin, one of the senolytic supplements that could also have some longevity effects. Now, with the senolytics, there's no human clinical trials yet, whether or not they work in humans, or what's the benefits that we could get. So there's very limited evidence about their effects. So based on that, I could put it into the bad tier, but quercetin in and of itself isn't a bad supplement. I would just put it into okay tier based on the available evidence. The same with fisetin. Fisetin has been seen to extend lifespan in animals as well, but the human evidence is a bit more limited, and it's quite expensive. Just because it's in the okay tier right now couldn't mean that it could rise to good or God tier, but as of now, there's not a lot of data from human studies. The same with apigenin. I like it as a CD38 inhibitor that helps with NAD metabolism. It helps to increase NAD levels, lowers inflammation, but there's limited evidence in terms of other effects. Glycine, so my favorite supplement, I'll put it in the God tier, and glycine has been seen to extend lifespan in animals, and in humans it has benefits for blood sugar, sleep, potentially collagen synthesis, and visceral fat and methionine. So I think glycine is one of the safest and best supplements out there. Trimethylglycine as well, God tier, because it mostly helps with methylation and homocysteine metabolism. If you're a poor methylator, you have high homocysteine levels, then taking TMG can be one of the best supplements out there for you. And TMG might have some benefits for exercise performance, but my read of those studies is that not so much, because there's more inconsistent results. You have some studies finding benefits, others don't. So I wouldn't say it's an exercise performance supplement. Some people claim it is, but not in my eyes. It's mostly for homocysteine. Glucosamine sulfate. So known for joint benefits, or it's used for mostly joint benefits. It also has anti-inflammatory effects. It actually has skin anti-aging effects as well, mostly through the anti-inflammation, possibly some other mechanisms. So it's attached to sulfur, so that helps with glutathione synthesis. So glucosamine, in my opinion, is good. It's not God tier, but it's good. Taurine, I would put into God tier. There's a lot of human clinical trials that it helps with metabolic health, metabolic syndrome, cholesterol, lipids, blood sugar, blood pressure, and exercise performance as well. So even if you're not diabetic or with not poor metabolic health, then you can still expect to gain exercise performance benefits, VO2 max and muscle strength, for example. MSM is another sulfur compound known for joint health, but it also has a skin anti-aging benefits similar to glucosamine, so I'll put it into good tier. There's quite a few clinical trials that it does actually work. The same with chondroitin. Chondroitin has the least evidence for skin and joint health out of these two, so I'll put it into OK tier. I'll put it somewhere here before calcium alpha-ketoglutarate. Turmeric or curcumin. There's quite a lot of human clinical trials for inflammation mostly, so I'll put it in the God tier. Now you could also get turmeric from just the spice, so not taken as a supplement. The problem with turmeric is that it's very poorly bioavailable, so even supplements tend to have pretty bad bioavailability, and that's why it's better to use something like liposomal formulations or with added piperine, that's black pepper, that increases the bioavailability of turmeric. Ashwagandha, so this is interesting. This ashwagandha is mostly known for stress and sleep, as well as testosterone production. And there is actually quite a lot of clinical trials as well that it does support that. So it helps with sleep, helps with stress, helps with testosterone and estrogen, and believe it or not, it also helps with VO2 max. So it's actually pretty researched supplement, and it actually has quite a lot of evidence. It's mostly for this KSM66 ashwagandha, and that's why I'll put it in the God tier. Now, some people have claimed that it has negative side effects on their mood and libido and those kind of things. Now, personally, I've taken ashwagandha on and off. I've never experienced any negative side effects from that. So if you are one of those people who does experience negative side effects, then maybe it's not for you. But personally, I haven't experienced anything, and based on the other evidence out there, then it's definitely quite research backed. Citrulline, so this amino acid helps with nitric oxide production, so blood flow, and I would put it into good tier because of that reason. Thiamine, vitamin B1, it's very good for blood sugar regulation and energy metabolism. It has a little bit more limited evidence compared to something like glycine or taurine, so I'll put it in the good tier. Now, personally, I like thiamine. I take benzothiamine occasionally if I'm maybe eating a lot of carbohydrates or something like that. But based on the evidence, it's not going to be God tier. But personally, I would put it in the God tier because I like it. But based on the evidence, I'll put it in the good tier. Chromium as well has a lot of evidence that it helps with blood sugar regulation, even cholesterol metabolism, and body composition, so weight loss and muscle growth through increased insulin sensitivity. So chromium enhances insulin action on the cells, so you have better blood sugar regulation and nutrient partitioning. So I've even taken chromium in the past as a bodybuilding supplement, hoping that it would help with muscle growth, as there are some studies pointing in that direction. So I do think that it's a pretty good supplement. Melatonin, God tier. So I'm a huge fan of melatonin, not for its sleep benefits. Obviously, the sleep benefits are true, that it helps with sleep, increases sleep quality and sleep duration. But I'm personally mostly interested in it because of the antioxidant benefits. So melatonin helps with glutathione regulation, autophagy regulation in your sleep, and it's a powerful antioxidant. So I take pretty large dose melatonin a few times a month, like 10 milligrams, just for these antioxidant benefits. Theanine, so this amino acid mostly is used combined with caffeine as a nootropic agent. Now, theanine might also help with stress and anxiety and sleep for that reason, so I do think it's in the good tier. Rhodiola rosea, another adaptogen, and it has mixed evidence for VO2 max and mixed evidence for hormones. So I'll put it in the good tier, because there is some evidence that it does help with hormones and stress and exercise performance. Vitamin C, now, vitamin C is a very simple vitamin. It's involved in a lot of things in the body, and it's super crucial. Humans don't produce vitamin C, obviously, so we need to consume it from diet or supplements, but the amount of vitamin C you need is quite low. You don't need like a ton of vitamin C. You don't need thousands of milligrams of vitamin C a day. Most of it is going to be just peed out at that point. So something like 100, 200 milligrams is well enough, and you can get that from food quite easily if you eat fruits and vegetables. So I do think vitamin C is good, but there's no evidence that it has any significant health benefits. Methylated B vitamins, I would say, is a god tier, because a lot of people aren't getting enough B vitamins like B12, B9, thiamine as well in here can be included. But just methylated forms of these B vitamins tend to be superior for methylation purposes. Ginger is quite interesting. There's evidence that ginger helps with weight loss, helps with digestion a little bit, but it's not very significant. So I'll put it in the good tier. Sulforaphane. Now, I am interested in sulforaphane, but I think that it's a bit overhyped in that sense. So I'll put it in the okay tier, similar to NR and NMN, that it has potentially some benefits, but it's too early to tell. Resveratrol. Now, resveratrol is known to be a longevity supplement, but in my opinion, it's more like a metabolic health supplement for people who have diabetes or obesity, because the human evidence suggests that it only has benefits on people who have metabolic syndrome, diabetes, obesity, or something like that, and it has negative effects potentially on people who are otherwise healthy by lowering exercise adaptations, lowering testosterone. So I would put it in the junk tier. Depends on if you're a healthy person, then resveratrol might be in the junk tier. If you're a metabolically sick person, then it can be good. So it depends a lot on the person. I would put it in the junk tier. Pterostilbene is a cousin molecule of resveratrol essentially, and it has much less evidence than resveratrol. So based on the evidence right now, I wouldn't be able to say almost anything about pterostilbene, aside from the fact that it has been actually seen to raise LDL cholesterol. Only if you take it with grapeseed extract, it's not going to raise cholesterol. So based on the evidence, I would put it in a junk tier, in my opinion. Now, it might change in the future if we have more clinical trials on humans, but there's no clinical trials on humans yet. Now, rapamycin is a wild card on this list. It's not a supplement, obviously, but it's a pharmaceutical. But the reason it's here because it's considered like a potential life extension pharmaceutical. Now, it has been seen to extend lifespan in animals consistently. In humans, there's no evidence for that yet. There's very little evidence about rapamycin's effects on otherwise healthy people. So I wouldn't be able to say with definite proof where it will lie. In my opinion, rapamycin has a lot of potential as a life extension molecule in humans. So based on that, I would put it in the gut tier. But because we don't know what it will actually do in healthy humans over the long term, I would put it in okay tier based on that. But because I like it, I'll put it in the good tier. Now, it doesn't mean that you should recreationally take rapamycin, but still. Metformin. Now, this is another pharmaceutical diabetes drug that's thought to have longevity benefits. In animals, actually, it's inconsistent results. In mice that aren't genetically identical, They don't find that it extends lifespan. So based on that, you wouldn't be able to say that metformin even extends lifespan in animals. And in humans, it doesn't do that either, unless you're diabetic. So it's more about counteracting the harm of diabetes and enabling to live longer, similar to resveratrol, that if you have metabolic disease and obesity, then resveratrol and metformin can obviously be quite beneficial. But I would say that even if you're otherwise healthy, you take metformin, yes, you will see some decline in testosterone and decline in VO2 max, as it's shown in studies. I would say that there might be still some longevity benefits because of the hardcore lowering of blood sugar that you will experience from the metformin. And based on that, I would just put it in the bad tier. It's not complete junk tier, but it's bad. Spermidine, so another popular longevity supplement. Based on the current evidence, it's only effective for lowering stress and increasing DHEA levels. There's one study showing that. Other studies or other clinical trials on spermidine have shown that it doesn't improve cognitive function in elderly people. And that's pretty much it. There's not a lot of clinical trials with spermidine. Now, the hype about spermidine as a longevity supplement comes from dietary spermidine, so the one you get from mushrooms, cheeses, vegetables, beef, those kind of things. So higher spermidine intake is associated with lower mortality, but it definitely doesn't apply to supplements, or at least we don't have evidence that it would. So I'll put it in the bad tier based on the evidence right now. Now, it's not harmful. Spermidine might help with hair growth or skin health to a certain extent, but we don't have good clinical trials on it yet. Wheat germ is a good source of dietary spermidine, so it's more like a dietary, let's say, food rather than a supplement. You can just buy wheat germ powder and mix it with your yogurt or something like that. So based on that, I think it's like a good thing. It's pretty nutritious. It has TMG and spermidine, so I'll put it in the good tier based on that. Multivitamin. So multivitamins just have a bunch of different vitamins and minerals. The problem with them is that each multivitamin is different, and you can't translate the evidence from some clinical trials on multivitamins to every single multivitamin that's out there, because they have different formulations. But you can still make some general conclusions that, okay, if you provide yourself with these daily vitamins and minerals, at least covering some of the RDAs of these vitamins and minerals, you might have some effects. And clinical trials on elderly people show that multivitamins help with mostly cognitive function. Now, they're not going to reduce the risk of mortality, as has been shown from observational studies, but they might improve cognitive function slightly. So I'll put it in the good tier based on that. But as a generally healthy person, you don't really have a lot to gain from a multivitamin. All right, vitamin E, tocotrienols. So these ones have higher antioxidant potential than the other form, tocopherol. The issue with vitamin E supplements is that in human studies, antioxidant supplementation, including vitamin E, has actually been seen to be associated with increased mortality. Now, I don't think that it's something to really worry about, or it's very, let's say, quality findings, but I would put it into okay tier. Methylene blue, not a supplement, but a dye. Now, I think methylene blue has some benefits for people who have poor mitochondrial function, or they have impaired energy production in the electron transport chain, but otherwise healthy people probably not going to see any effects. I've tried methylene blue for a few weeks and I saw no effects, so I'm gonna put it in the bad tier based on that. But it can be okay for general use if you don't have health problems, and it can be good as well if you try it and you see miraculous benefits. So I guess I'll put it in okay tier based on that, so it's straight up in the middle. Nicotine, so popular nootropic agent, nicotine spray, gum, patches, etc. Now, nicotine has cognitive benefits. It can improve cognitive function, but very high doses of nicotine can also be bad for vascular health and blood flow. So it increases arterial stiffness in very large doses, over 10 milligrams a day, and is obviously addictive as well. So as a short-term nootropic, it's good. As a general daily use, I don't think you want to use it daily. You don't want to get addicted to it, and chronic use might have some negative effects on cardiovascular health over the long term. So I'll just put it in the okay tier. Lutein and zeaxanthin, so these carotenoids, mostly known for their eye health benefits. I'm going to put them in the God tier because there's a few clinical trials that they actually work for improving eyesight. Moving on with lycopene, which is another carotenoid from tomatoes, so it's more this red color. And in observational studies, higher dietary lycopene intake is associated with reduced prostate cancer. In clinical trials, lycopene supplementation doesn't affect PSA levels and other cancer biomarkers, although it might help with some vascular health. So based on that, it's not very effective, but the reason why people take lycopene as well is for skin benefits, so it can pigment the skin slightly, makes it more orange or a bit more red, can increase the color in the skin, I guess. So I'll just, it's not very effective for anything else based on the evidence right now. So I'll put it in, I guess, OK tier, because it, will certainly have an effect on your skin pigmentation. Beta carotene is pretty much the same story, that the higher beta carotene intake is associated with reduced mortality. So you get it from carrots, squash, sweet potatoes, etc. So orange fruits and vegetables. But in clinical trials, as well as observational studies, it appears to have no effect on mortality. So there is some thought that, or some observational studies find that beta-carotene supplementation is associated with increased mortality, but in the clinical trials, it's not. It's kind of a benign in terms of that. It doesn't increase risk or reduce risk, but it, again, might improve skin color and skin pigmentation, so a more colorful skin. So I guess based on that, I'll put it okay, but because of the potential increased risk of mortality, I'll put it, at the bottom of okay. So it's not something you really want to take. I don't think it's going to be harmful. But, if you want to improve your skin coloration in the short term, then that can be one of the supplements. It's not something I would probably take long term. So molecular hydrogen is an antioxidant, and these tablets you put into water, for example, or inhale it. Now, it doesn't have that much clinical evidence right now. I put it in okay. It's not harming you anything. It potentially increases antioxidant levels. So, or it combats oxidative stress, in my opinion. I don't think it's too early to say, whether or not it will actually have any significant anti-inflammatory effects in humans. Cocoa flavonols, so raw cacao, cocoa flavonols specifically in raw cacao, I think it's good because there is clinical trials that it actually helps with heart health and brain health. Spirulina. So algae supplement. Now, most spirulina is probably contaminated with potentially heavy metals and other ingredients that you don't want to consume. So you need to be very sure about the source. Now, spirulina and chlorella, there's some, let's say, evidence that might help with stem cell proliferation. I don't think it's good in that sense. I'll put it in the okay tier. Berberine. I think berberine is God tier because it's pretty potent for blood sugar regulation, and it's even better at cholesterol and lipid regulation. So there's quite a lot of clinical trials that helps with, weight loss, blood sugar, lipids, and there's even some studies finding that it might reduce atherosclerotic plaque as well, so arterial plaque. Creatine, obviously God tier. There's a lot of evidence for sports performance, and now people are waking up to the idea of creatine as a brain supplement as well. Now, the misconception about creatine is that it's going to give you brain superpowers or cognitive superpowers. It mostly works for periods where you're under some cognitive stress or cognitive dysfunction, such as sleep deprivation, concussion, traumatic brain injury, Alzheimer's, dementia, those things. So it's not going to exceed your cognition. Is going to bring you back to more baseline, or in that case it can actually also take you slightly above baseline. In the sleep deprivation study they saw that, but you shouldn't think of it as a massive cognition boost if you're otherwise in a good situation. Vitamin E, tocopherol. Now, this is considered to be like the worst kind of vitamin E compared to tocotrienols. So I'll put it in the bad tier, that is less potent. Aspirin, so pharmaceutical, NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. And aspirin has been used for decades. The interesting thing about aspirin is that it's used for cardiovascular disease prevention. It doesn't appear, the latest evidence suggests that it doesn't prevent the initial heart disease or the first occurrence or incidence of heart disease, but for secondary prevention, so once you've had heart disease, it appears to have benefits of reducing secondary outcomes. So the issue with aspirin is that it can increase bleeding. So if you're an elderly person who's easy to bruise or easy to bleed, then it can be more harmful. And I would imagine taking aspirin on a daily basis, even as a healthy person, probably might increase the risk of some gastrointestinal bleeding or something like that. So I wouldn't say it's something that is wise to take on a daily basis chronically. Now, some people disagree. That's my opinion, right? I would put it in, it's not, I guess it can be bad in some cases, right? If you're at a high risk of bleeding. It's a benign at most, like a small dose baby aspirin, 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. It's going to be okay. Vitamin D3, so I'll put it in a God tier because it's safer to have normal vitamin D levels than to be deficient in them. So that's why I'm going to put it in the God tier. Now, the benefits of vitamin D supplementation isn't that great in terms of, some health benefits. There's some evidence that it might help with testosterone levels, immunity potentially, but the biggest thing is just to get the vitamin D status high if you are deficient in vitamin D. But you don't want to neglect the sun, but you don't want to avoid the sun. There's other benefits you get from the sun that you don't get from vitamin D supplements, such as infrared light, UV light, and other things. Now, with vitamin D, you want to take it with K2, so keep that in mind, that isolated vitamin D mobilizes calcium that can be harmful in the long term, so take it with vitamin K2 and magnesium ideally. Moving on with magnesium glycinate, I think this is God tier. It's one of the best forms of magnesium. Magnesium threonate, also God tier, so this is specifically for the brain, most bioavailable form of magnesium for the brain. Taurate, God tier. Malate, God tier. Orotate, I think it's good, it's slightly less good as threonate or glycinate. Oxide, I would put it in the junk tier, is the worst magnesium, lowest bioavailability as well, and potentially harmful for digestion. Citrate, so citrate is good if you have constipation. Citrate is good for just general raising magnesium status, but it doesn't have, it has fewer other benefits. So I think citrate is okay, but it's good if you have constipation issues. Collagen, I think collagen is good because the only thing you would want to take collagen for is skin anti-aging benefits and collagen peptides specifically. So we're not talking about regular collagen. So this collagen peptide structure is with different bioavailability and different effects. So that's why you see some conflicting evidence occasionally that collagen doesn't work, but it needs to be the collagen peptides that have been seen to actually work. Glutathione, so powerful antioxidant. People take it for that reason, immunity and antioxidant inflammation status. The verdict on glutathione, in my opinion, is that it's good in some situations, like if you have, let's say, infection, some disease, then it's good, but otherwise it's okay. There is the argument that taking large dose antioxidants would be harmful and might actually cause more harm. So I would put it in the okay tier for that reason. Vitamin K2, God tier, so it's a perfect pair for vitamin D3. And there's evidence that helps with bone health and possibly reduce atherosclerotic plaque as well. Vitamin K1, there's actually some evidence that vitamin K1 also helps with bone health, but I would put it in the good tier. K2 is better than K1. Carnosine, a supplement for primarily skin anti-aging benefits, that it reduces advanced glycation in products, so skin glycation that causes wrinkles, but it's not very effective. There is evidence that it can work, but it's low bioavailability and more limited evidence. So Personally, I think carnosine is good, so I'll put it here. Whey protein, I think it's God tier, because most bioavailable form of protein powder, and has all the essential amino acids. It's easy to digest unless you have some dairy intolerance, but yeah, generally it's the best protein powder out there. If you can tolerate it, then it's good. Essential amino acids, I think they're okay. If you're in a low protein diet, you will benefit from them. If you're fasting a lot, you will benefit from them. If you're eating a nutritious diet and you're getting all the essential amino acids from your diet, then they're not going to build additional muscle. They're not going to make you gain a lot more extra muscle. BCAAs, junk tier, in my opinion, because BCAAs, so they're getting only leucine, isoleucine, and valine, which is only 3 of the essential amino acids, and you need all the essential amino acids to stimulate protein synthesis. Also, leucine is the key amino acid there, but what they find in studies is that taking BCAAs alone actually results in greater muscle catabolism because you're not getting the other essential amino acids. So your body starts catabolizing its own tissue to get those amino acids from the other tissues. So that's why BCAAs alone, the only rationale or the only benefit you might see from BCAAs in studies is that it helps with muscle soreness and helps with energy production during exercise. So your body will convert the BCAAs into energy. But if you're just sitting there and taking BCAAs, then it's a net negative. You want to take essential amino acids if you're going to do that. Glutamine, I think it's a good gut supplement. Helps to heal the gut lining. Now there's some fear that glutamine can feed cancer, but you get glutamine from pretty much all foods. It's one of the most abundant amino acids, so you would have to be in a very low protein diet to avoid all glutamine completely. Now, yeah, the issue is dose and how frequently you take it. I don't think you want to take it like on a regular basis, but periodically it's a good supplement for gut healing purposes. Now, psyllium husk, I think it's a God tier. Now, it's a food powder and a very high source of fiber. And there's quite a lot of clinical trials helps with cholesterol mostly. So it's one of the easiest ways to lower cholesterol. Just add psyllium to your yogurt or something. And it also helps with digestion by increasing fiber intake. Caffeine, so I'm talking about caffeine powder or energy drink, or we can put coffee here as well, but coffee has other benefits. Like coffee is God tier based on the research that it's associated with reduced mortality and heart health benefits, brain health benefits, reduced cancer, all those things, the skin health benefits. But when we're talking about caffeine alone, caffeine powder alone, pre-workout, right, I would put it in the bad tier. Now there's evidence that caffeine is a very powerful ergogenic supplement. So it's amazing for sports performance. It works very well for sports performance. So based on that, yeah, it's gonna be good tier or even God tier based on the sports performance benefits. That people perform a lot better if they take caffeine, which makes sense. They're just angst up. But personally, I don't like very high dose caffeine supplements because for a regular daily use, they can be harmful. They can reduce your sleep quality, give you anxiety or something like that, heart palpitations. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of megadosing caffeine. So based on that, it will be bad. But because of the vast amount of research for sports performance that it definitely works for sports performance, then it's gonna be a good tier. That's not my personal preference. My personal preference would be bad, but because of the research, it's gonna be good. Aged garlic extract, I'll put it in the God tier. Another very multifaceted supplement that has benefits for lipids, blood sugar, blood pressure, visceral fat, inflammation, blood pressure, I said, weight loss potentially, atherosclerotic plaque as well. So it's pretty much like a all-in-one supplement almost for metabolic health, for cardiovascular health, potentially neurodegenerative health as well. Ergothioneine. So this is a novel ingredient that's become popular a little bit, not that much yet, but in some clinical trials it supports cognitive function. Now the thing is that in those clinical trials they use very small doses of ergothioneine. I think it was something like 20-30 milligrams, and you can get that amount very easily from just foods like mushrooms, cheeses, and vegetables. So you don't really need to supplement ergothioneine. You can get more ergothioneine from just eating mushrooms and different kinds of fruits and vegetables. So practically speaking, no one needs to supplement ergothioneine, but there is evidence that supplementing ergothioneine does improve cognition. So I'll put it in good tier based on that. Red yeast rice extract, most known for cholesterol effects, but the chemical ingredient in red yeast rice extract is almost identical, or it is considered identical to statins. So it's obviously not suitable for every person. It's definitely effective for lowering cholesterol, but because of the potential other health effects, I don't think it's bad. It's not going to harm your health. You just need to be aware. Maybe you need to supplement CoQ10 because statins can deplete CoQ10 levels. So just be aware of that. I think there's easier ways to lower cholesterol, like psyllium husk, even berberine or aged garlic extract, than red yeast rice extract, but it definitely does do that. So I'll put it in okay tier. Next, Tonga Ali is a very popular testosterone boosting supplement. Ashwagandha is definitely better. It has a lot more evidence that it raises testosterone. Now, Tonga Ali, there is some evidence that it can raise testosterone in people who have low testosterone, but the effects are pretty modest. And to be honest, it's a bit more overhyped, overrated. So I'll put it in okay tier for that reason. DHEA is another considered like a hormone supplement, so it's a precursor to testosterone. In men, it does almost nothing. I think it has effects for, let's say, stress regulation, maybe helps with sleep through that mechanism, but it's more effective for women, because women have lower DHEA levels to begin with, so they might notice even body composition benefits from DHEA, but men notice almost nothing at all, maybe aside from stress. So I'll put it in okay tier based on that. Lithium orotate. So there was actually a very recent study that showed lithium deficiency could be implicated in neurodegeneration and Alzheimer's, and there's few observational studies finding that lithium use is associated with reduced risk of dementia. Lithium in the drinking water is associated with reduced mortality and greater longevity. So that's quite kind of interesting. Also reduced rates of mental health disorders and reduced rates of homicide and suicides. So that's also quite interesting. So we probably should be getting lithium from our drinking water. We should, I don't know the exact amount, how much we should be getting, because high amounts of lithium can have some kidney effects, negative effects on kidneys, but we're talking about very large doses where people take it for bipolar disorder and mania. So in very small doses, like 1 milligram that people use, it can have mood benefits, mental health benefits, and possibly, let's say, it might have preventive effects as well on dementia risk in the future, but it's too early to say that. So I think it's good. I think that it definitely has like a mental health boost a little bit. Omega-3s got tier, so all omega-3s, krill oil, as well as algae oil here, or fish-based omega-3s, they're got tier because just the vast amount of research that we have about their effects on cardiovascular health, all-cause mortality, and neurodegeneration. So what you want to do is have just a higher omega-3 index, and supplementing omega-3s is one way to achieve that. SIRT6, one of the sirtuins, the only sirtuin that's been seen to extend lifespan in animals. Now there's some SIRT6 supplements, but there's no human clinical trials on the SIRT6 yet. So it's not bad. I took it. I didn't notice anything. In animal studies, it's interesting and promising. It's too early to say, so I'll put it in okay. NAC got tier, so perfect pair for glycine, and helps with glutathione. So with glutathione, you don't want to take the antioxidant directly. You want to take the precursors to glutathione, and that will enable your body to produce the glutathione itself. So that's why glycine and NAC together are better than glutathione alone. And there's quite a few clinical trials from a few years ago where the glycine and NAC combo, GlyNAC, help with a lot of health conditions and health outcomes like gait speed, grip strength, metabolic health, inflammation, body composition, etc. CoQ10. So CoQ10 helps with energy and fatigue in people who have chronic fatigue. In heart failure patients, it's also quite useful. And like I said, if you're taking a statin or rare yeast, you want to combine CoQ10 with that. The evidence about exercise performance is more limited. I haven't seen any compelling evidence that it will help with VO2 max or exercise performance. But yeah, chronic fatigue, it certainly helps. So yeah, it's very safe, and I would put it in a good tier. But something tempts me to put it in the okay tier, but I'll put it in the good tier. Next, we have PQQ, another mitochondrial supplement, and it's antioxidant as well, similar to CoQ10. Helps with mitochondrial function, but we don't have that much clinical trials on PQQ. There are a few that helps with physical function in elderly people, but it's too early to say. It's more expensive than CoQ10, a lot more expensive. So I don't know, I will put it in the okay tier based on the limited evidence that we have. Hyaluronic acid. So there are some clinical trials that it helps with skin hydration and skin condition, but that's pretty much it. There's not a lot of the amount of the clinical trials about skin anti-aging are also so small. There's not like a ton of them compared to collagen that has dozens of those clinical trials. So I would put it okay based on that. But I think because the evidence is quite compelling right now, I would put it in the good tier. Boron, mineral that will help with testosterone by lowering SHBG levels. There's also evidence that helps with bone density, and a lot of people aren't getting enough boron from their diet, so I'll put it in the good tier. Next, we have inositol. So I like inositol. It's helping with neurotransmitters, might help with mood, and it helps with blood sugar regulation, so I'll put it in the good tier. Electrolytes, so let's say like LMNT or just some other salt mix. Depends on the formulation. Obviously, some electrolyte formulations are better. LMNT is quite high in sodium, which is beneficial because you lose the most sodium during exercise and sweating, so you need to replace sodium the most. But let's say for daily use, you wouldn't want to take something like LMNT that's very high in sodium, or you're getting more than enough sodium from your food, generally speaking. So unless you are not salting your food at all and you're on a low carb diet, then yes, maybe you need to take LMNT or some other high sodium electrolytes. But average people who don't even exercise, they don't need electrolytes. So I'll put it good for exercise performance, okay for general daily use, bad for some people who are also eating a lot of processed foods and they're overweight, etc. So I'll put it in an okay tier. Zinc. So zinc helps with immunity, wound healing, and testosterone levels. Low zinc levels are associated with lower testosterone. So it depends on the particular person. Personally, I don't find much value from zinc myself, but I do acknowledge that it can be useful in some situations, and it is like a generic mineral. Zinc is very important as a mineral, but it's like a generic mineral. I'll put it in a good tier. For that reason, ginseng, the clinical trials out there with ginseng do suggest that it might have some cardiovascular benefits and kidney health benefits, so I'll put it in a good tier. Shilajit is another, let's say, rising star in the testosterone boosting world, and some of the clinical trials on Shilajit do suggest that it helps with fatigue and energy, and might modestly increase testosterone levels as well. So those are actually true. So I'll put it in a good tier. The source matters, where you get your Shilajit from, so you need to be aware of that. Ginkgo biloba, some research about cognitive function, especially in elderly people. So I think that it's okay. There's probably better alternatives to ginkgo biloba, in my opinion, for cognitive deficits like creatine, and it's more researched in that area. So, but there is some research that ginkgo biloba does actually help with cognition. Now, EGCG, you get it from green tea. It shows promise in cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and those things. But in my opinion, it's better to drink the green tea than to take the EGC supplement, because a lot of herbal supplements especially can be harmful for the liver. So I'll put it in the bad tier, in my opinion. I don't think it's worthwhile to take EGCG, although we would need to get more research about it. Tripolus terrestris is the most generic testosterone boosting supplement out there, and there's actually no evidence that it would actually increase testosterone levels, so I'll put it in the junk tier. Doesn't also help with erectile dysfunction in the research, so yeah, it's better to take Tongkat Ali than the Tripolus, and over Tongkat Ali you could even take something else that's more potent, like ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is more effective for testosterone than Tongkat Ali, but Tongkat Ali is better than Tripolus. Turkesterone, this supplement was popular a few years ago as a muscle building and a muscle strength supplement. Now the final conclusion or the consensus about turkesterone was that it has no effects on, it's not better, it's definitely not better than creatine for sure. I've tried turkesterone, I did notice increased strength, but it could be just placebo, right? So I'll put it in the bad tier based on that, the evidence that we have right now. MCT oil, so one popular way to boost ketone bodies. I think MCT oil is probably a good addition to someone's diet for brain health benefits especially. I don't think anyone needs to follow like some very specific routine for that. Maybe you put it into your coffee. If you're fasting, put it in the coffee. It tastes a bit different. You boost ketones that have anti-inflammatory effects, possibly therapeutic effects as well for the brain. But yeah, like if you get a concussion, you get sleep deprived, then yeah, you can boost MCT oil, or you can boost your ketones in the brain with MCT oil. Now, of course, there's these ketone esters that boost ketones a lot more than MCT oil, but they're quite bad tasting and much more expensive as well. So MCT oil is a good addition to, let's say, someone's morning coffee if they are doing intermittent fasting and they're super interested in their brain health. So based on that, I would put it in the good tier, but it's not something, I guess I would put it in okay tier. I don't think it's necessary. Like if you just fast, you just drink black coffee, you're also boosting ketones. And you don't need to add the MCT oil in that scenario. But it's okay if you do. Iron, so high iron levels are associated with heart disease and mortality and liver disease. So you don't want to have high iron levels in the blood. Iron supplements, there's no direct evidence that they would cause heart disease or something like that. But if you are low in iron, then you can take iron supplements with no worries. If you're high in iron, especially men, then you need to be more careful with that. So I'll put it in the bad tier because it's potentially harmful for a lot of... Actually, I'll put it in the junk tier because it's potentially harmful for some individuals. GHK copper, so it's a peptide, but you can also take it as an oral supplement. So in the context of low iron levels, taking copper or increasing your copper intake or taking copper peptide GHK might also improve your iron status through increased iron absorption and iron metabolism. So copper regulates iron metabolism. So if you're just low in iron, it might not be iron deficiency. It might also be copper deficiency. But in a lot of cases, you just need both. You might need both. So eating red meat, eating liver are easiest ways to increase iron status. But adding copper GHK can also be useful in that. But the main reason people take copper GHK is for the skin anti-aging benefits. And the evidence for that is quite compelling. Right now, it's mostly animal-based research. But I've tried GHK as a serum, as an oral supplement. The serum is better. So topical GHK is better for skin anti-aging benefits. So I think it's good. So I like it, but the human evidence is quite limited as of now. So I'll put it in okay tier based on the evidence right now. Iodine. So many people take it for thyroid health. Now, iodine supplementation is good during pregnancy, especially if the woman is, the mother is potentially low in iodine, so that can prevent, let's say, intellectual deficiencies. If you're taking iodine as a pregnant woman, but it's not, again, So in the past, people had the impression that you just take iodine and it's going to fix your hypothyroidism. Now, yeah, iodine deficiency can sometimes be a cause for low thyroid, but in most cases, it's just calorie restriction or carbohydrate restriction that causes thyroid dysfunction or low thyroid function. So I don't think boosting iodine will really do it. And high iodine levels actually can increase the risk of autoimmunity. So it's not something that you really want to do unless you're a pregnant woman who is low in iodine and your iodine demands increase during pregnancy. So I can't put it into the bad tier because of that, but it's okay. Calcium supplementation is associated with increased cardiovascular events. So again, I don't think it's a healthy thing to take for most people. So I'll put it in the bad tier. But calcium is useful if you're postmenopausal and you have low bone density, for example, and you're not eating any dairy. The easiest way to get calcium is just eat dairy or eat bones and these kind of things. But the other alternative is to take the calcium supplement. Beta-alanine, so potentially useful for sports performance by buffering lactic acid. It also produces carnosine. So if you take carnosine, it has low bioavailability, but beta-alanine makes carnosine in your body, or it gets converted to carnosine, and it might even have some cholesterol lowering effects, so I'll put it in a good tier. So exercise performance, potentially skin anti-aging benefits as well through carnosine, but the issue is that it makes your skin itch. So this is the kind of itchy feeling you get from some supplements. HMB, so most useful for reducing muscle breakdown for elderly people. It doesn't have that much benefits for otherwise healthy individuals and younger individuals. So I'll put it okay. It's good for sarcopenic elderly people. It's okay for, I'll put it good tier because the only people I would recommend to take it would be older people older than 60, 65 who have lower muscle mass or they want to ensure good muscle mass. Saffron, mostly for mental health benefits. There was a recent study that saw that saffron supplementation was seen to be the most effective for depression symptoms, but it was also combined with an SSRI. So it might be a good addition to other, let's say, medications, depression medications. I haven't tried it myself, so I don't know what would my experience be. But I see little value as a, let's say, otherwise healthy person to take it. So I'll put it okay. I don't think it has any harmful effects similar to ginkgo biloba that it might have benefits, but normal healthy people probably don't notice anything. Probiotics, most probiotics are going to be bad, and they tend to be just different strains. You don't know necessarily which strains you need, unless you do a gut microbiome test and then you get specific probiotics to your need. Then most probiotics are not going to be useful. They're going to be in the bad tier. The only exception to it is like something like seed that's actually it has clinical evidence that it actually, on the specific probiotic, so it's the most clinically validated probiotic out there, but most probiotics are bad, in my opinion. It's better to eat fermented foods, lots of fiber and those kind of things, in my opinion, but seed would be good, in my opinion, the supplement. But they're not sponsoring me or anything like that. This is my just personal opinion. I've tried seed a lot of times in the past, and it's pretty good. Prebiotics, so these are like inulin and this chicory root and those kind of things. I think they're also bad, especially as supplements. Some people even can't tolerate prebiotic foods like onions and chicory root. They'll get some gut problems from them, and the prebiotic supplements would be probably worse than that. So that's why I wouldn't recommend in that case. Nattokinase, so mostly for blood clotting and reducing blood viscosity. There's some interesting studies that it might reduce atherosclerotic plaque, but I personally believe that it does based on the evidence that I've seen, but we need some more clinical trials to differentiate between the doses and see, okay, what is the effective dose. But I think it's good because it reduces blood viscosity, and people who have a high risk of blood clotting. Young people don't need to take it unless they have heart disease, right? But it becomes more useful after the age of 50 for men, especially who have higher risk of blood clotting. And the last supplement is digestive enzymes. Now, personally, I don't find digestive enzymes useful at all. I have no digestive issues, so I don't notice any effect if I take them. Now, some people swear by them that it helps them a lot, so in that sense, they can be good. They're obviously not going to be God tier, but they can be good for some individuals who have digestive issues. For me, they don't do the trick because I don't have any gut problems or digestive issues. So I'll put it in the okay tier, because if you take it, then nothing's gonna happen. And the last supplement I forgot to add, so this should be astaxanthin, not melatonin, but imagine that it's astaxanthin. Astaxanthin is God tier in my opinion, because it also has some evidence for skin wrinkles. It protects your skin against UV radiation and might help with inflammation levels as well. But otherwise, healthy people, the biggest reason you would want to take astaxanthin is for skin anti-aging benefits and reduce the risk of sunburn. All right, so this is the list. As you can see, God tier supplements. My favorites: glycine, NAC, TMG, taurine, creatine, turmeric, ashwagandha, melatonin, B vitamins, lutein, zeaxanthin, berberine, vitamin D, magnesium types, melatonin. This is astaxanthin, vitamin K2, whey protein, psyllium husk, aged garlic extract, and omega-3s. And obviously you don't have to take all of these supplements. I personally take only 5-6 of these ones in the God tier, like glycine, TMG, creatine occasionally, whey protein, etc. So you obviously don't need to take all of them. I'm not saying any of that. But just this is my opinion based on the research that I've done. I've spent hundreds of hours going through the studies, looking at what are the effects of these supplements out there and are there any actually human clinical trials. I tried to make this list based on the human clinical trials because that's considered the highest quality of evidence. And when there is limited evidence from human trials, I put it in the OK tier. So that's my rationale behind it. So there you have it. Thanks for watching this video. I want to take a quick break to let you know about my favorite wellness devices, which are the bond charge red light therapy devices. You've probably seen many of your favorite longevity influencers using these red light therapy devices, but do they actually work? Yes, they do. Red light therapy has been shown to have many benefits on skin anti-aging, hormone optimization, pain management, and even exercise performance. I use my device every day for 15 minutes, especially during the winter months when there's not much sunlight. It increases my energy in the morning and makes my skin glow. Just check out the testimonials on the Bond Charge website for the before and after pictures of other people. Most red light therapy devices don't have the right wavelengths of light, which might mean you're not getting the claimed benefits. Bond Charge uses the exact wavelengths of light used in research, and they also have near infrared light that's beneficial to the joints. Head over to bondcharge.com and use the code SIIM, SIIM, for a 15% discount. I also want to play an underrated podcast that didn't get as many views that I think it deserved. It's with Dr. Anil Bajnath, and he talks about how to utilize different strategies, different modalities to eliminate microplastics, heavy metals, and different kinds of other bad stuff from our bodies that we're exposed to in the modern world. Anil, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Siim. Great to see you.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you back on the show. And the last time we had, kind of a general overview about precision medicine and how your genes and your environment affect your health each individual separately. But I wanted to bring you back to talk about something that is more and more relevant in today's world, which is toxin exposure and detoxification, etc. Where living in a very, let's say, polluted world nowadays, both in terms of the environment as well as the food supply. And a lot of people appear to have struggles with these kinds of things. So we'll do like a masterclass on all things detoxification. And I wanted to start with maybe you giving your framework or opinion about detoxification as a phenomenon itself, because I think people might have the idea that it's kind of a scam or some sort of a fraudster thing that drink your detox smoothies and those kind of things, that it's just not pseudoscience, that it's not an actual thing. So what is your take on it as a precision medicine doctor?
That's a great question. Thank you again for having me back on. I think this is a very important topic because what it relates to is essentially looking at the exposome. The human exposome refers to, the entire amount of environmental factors that are coming into interface with our our own internal ecosystem. So the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, all those factors have a significant impact at exposing us to different forms of environmental exposures. And those exposures could be found in multiple different forms from different sources. The statistics around the environmental EPA and the chemical exposures has grown significantly over the past 20 years. So we're living in a very toxic world. We have this very unique little bubble. I call it our little, a bubble that we're constantly being inundated with different forms of exposure, whether it's PFAS, and these forever chemicals, from Teflon products and derivatives to microplastics, organophosphates with different pesticides and herbicides, phthalates and parabens, which are found in our cosmetic products and our different cleaning products and things of that nature. All of those things have a significance on our total environmental exposure. And that burden could lead to, inundating our detox pathways and channels. So, and that goes back down to your genetic blueprint. And it's almost like looking at it in the context of pharmacogenetics, which refers to how your DNA blueprint influences the rate of metabolism of certain drugs and toxins. So, with that being said, there's some individuals that are rapid metabolizers, there's some individuals that are slow metabolizers, and that, gene environmental interface and or mismatch is where it leads to the potential for the bioaccumulation of these different compounds within our system. And that bioaccumulation is ultimately what leads to the damage the that could be accumulated on a DNA level, right? It could lead to chronic inflammation. And that chronic inflammation could lead to, further, accumulation and immune dysregulation and all sorts of things. So
Mm,
we live in a very toxic world. There's multiple different exposures that we have, that we're constantly being, inundated with. And it's identifying and mitigating those exposures and supporting our body's natural endogenous detox pathways.
mm, yeah. Yeah, it's like we live in an environment, and some of us will be more affected by these environmental pollutants due to genetics. And one great example of this is me and my wife. Um, I lived in a molded house for 2 decades without any symptoms and without any change in how I feel or anything like that. Whereas my wife came, and within a few weeks, she already developed some symptoms related to mold exposure. So there is a lot of individual differences to how people react to various toxins, like even microplastics or PFAS and heavy metals, and all those things are very dependent of the individual genetics. But yeah, I guess people already know that we are living in a very polluted world with a lot of problems in the food supply as well as the air that we breathe and the water we drink. But is detox itself a thing that our bodies are able to do? So that can we actually excrete these different pollutants and toxins, and and is it just related to your liver? So like a lot of people might say that your liver is the detox organ, and that's all you have. That you can't really do anything else. Like if you can detox things, then it's gonna be done by the liver, and that's it.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. And it's one that's kind of plagued me through my academic training historically, because you speak to other doctors and they're going to be like, oh, the concept of detox is kind of foreign to the allopathic language and landscape, especially from a conventional toxicology perspective. This concept of detoxing and drinking a smoothie or, doing, I don't know, colon cleanses and all this other stuff for detox is kind of a foreign concept. And it just depends on what literature you're looking at and what research you're choosing, and I say choose, to pay attention to. Because when it comes down to it, with our current understanding of N of one medicine and basically how everybody's unique blueprint is different, our environmental exposures, like you alluded to, hey, I lived in a mold infested home for 20 years. I didn't have those symptomatic presentations versus Inca. When she was there, she's automatically started expressing signs and symptoms of mold toxicity. You know, I think that's the what we need to be looking at is that environmental gene interface and how that influences everybody differently. So to sit here and, and have a conversation around detox, it's very important to understand the different factors that make up phase 1, 2, and 3 detoxification, because each phase is very unique and specific to the individual. With arguably, yes, the liver being one of the primary organs of detoxification, but so is the bowels, the urinary systems, and the kidney, right? And even sweating and the lymphatic system. All of those different organs and systems play an instrumental role with the biotransfer transformation and elimination of these various metabolites. Because again, if you understand the cytochrome P450, and again, using the context of pharmacogenetics and looking at how we're metabolizing things based on a rate of metabolism, right? And understanding even phase 1 detox, which has to do with basically turning these fat soluble or water soluble toxins into a more neutral molecule after cytochrome P450 through reduction process. That's a very important concept to look at because there's so many different nutritional cofactors that go into that phase 1 detox, including that cytochrome P450 blueprint that everybody is different. Right? They're either slow or rapid metabolizers or intermediate. And each, TD6, 3A4, 1A2, whatever the heck it is, everybody's blueprint and rate of metabolism for these different compounds are different. So understanding your unique genetic blueprint is instrumental at identifying specifically, hey, do I have, issues with mold? Do I have issues with organophosphates? Do I have more issues with heavy metals, right? From a phase 1 detox perspective, because after phase 1 detox, and they basically hydroxylate these different compounds, and they try to make these heavy metals or whatever it is, chemicals, more water soluble. Sometimes those post phase 1 intermediate metabolites are more toxic than the actual toxin to begin with.
Hmm.
And then, after the phase 1 detox pathway, we have to look at phase 2 conjugation, acetylation, methylation, glucuronidation, those conjugated pathways that influence the further refining of that intermediate metabolite into a more safer element for detoxification. And then
Hmm.
phase 3, is it going to go to the urine? Is it gonna go to the bowels? Is it, not being conjugated appropriately and there's enterohepatic recirculation? And that enterohepatic recirculation is a big issue with mold toxicity. So what enterohepatic recirculation refers to is that, these metabolites go into the bile, the gallbladder and the bile, right? And the bile is squirted into the small intestine, and and the bile is what gives feces its brown color. But up to 98% of bile is recirculated and reabsorbed throughout the digestive process, right? And that process of enterohepatic recirculation could lead to these different toxins to be accumulated and recirculated within the system. And this is where different binders come into play to help, work as a molecular sponge and go in there and soak this stuff up and help you eliminate it and poop it out, right? To prevent, that toxic, vicious cycle of recirculation. So when
Hmm.
it comes down to detox, to question whether or not it's a real phenomenon is very silly. To question the role of biotransformation, detoxification, elimination, I think it breeds a larger conversation about, are you moving your lymph and exercising and sweating? Are you passing your bowels on a regular basis? Not once a day, once every other day, but
Mhm.
maybe multiple times a day. Right? And what's your urine look like? Are you drinking enough water to go in there and support, the flushing effect of some of those water soluble toxins from the kidney system and network, right?
Yeah.
And then even from like a German homotoxicological model, I'm really big into Dr. Reckewig's work in homotoxicology, and he proposed this concept of homotoxins and he has this beautiful chart. Would love to pull it up and share, but you could Google the chart and look up Reckewig's model of homotoxicology. He has these different phases of detoxification and elimination in the system. And Reckewig was a homotoxicologist in the 1950s in Germany that basically proposed this model. And in this model, it basically outlines whether or not you could appropriate biotransform some of these compounds in your system. And essentially, he divided into multiple different phases. And when the first phase he described was a humoral phase, right? And the humoral phase referred to basically the humors of the body, the fluids of the body. And if you can't remove the homotoxin appropriately, your body's going to inflame. And if the body inflames, ultimately, then it could, and there's recirculation of those inflammatory intermediate byproducts, it impregnates the tissue. And once there's impregnation of that intermediate metabolite into the tissue, right? And this could be toxic tagalongs and different metabolites or whatever it is from detox intermediate byproducts, it moves into the matrix phase. And in the matrix phase, it's stored, right? And it leads to architectural shifts in that extracellular matrix, in the bioaccumulation of some of those products, right? And then ultimately, it moves into a cellular phase where that accumulation of toxic compounds leads to dedifferentiation, which is essentially autoimmune and cancer. Right. So this bioaccumulation of these different compounds and its intermediates that could be more toxic than the actual, element itself could lead to long-term consequences and cellular dedifferentiation towards autoimmune and cancer. So, it's a very important concept. I think, in German medicine, German new medicine, they look at supporting what's called drainage, right? And that drainage, has to deal with opening up the different channels, in the system to further help allow the body to eliminate these different kind of byproducts. And that's your
Right.
different kind of German remedies, Pekana and so forth, drainage remedies.
Yeah, in today's world, people are in like a greater need of eliminating these compounds from their body because the input is so much greater. And I would also, argue that the modern lifestyle is deficient in stimulating these detox pathways sufficiently. So we are not sweating as much, we're not moving as much, we're not stimulating the lymph as much, or at least the average person doesn't, and their liver isn't working optimally. They might have a liver impairment to a certain degree. So there is a deficiency in detox, for lack of a better word, that when the input of these toxins is so much greater and the output, the excretion of them, isn't catching up, and that's why you will also people might also develop certain of these complications related to the toxic buildup, even if it's something related to as simple as fatigue or sleep problems or some rashes, some skin conditions, minor autoimmune conditions. Even these minor things can be tied to this toxin accumulation to a certain extent, and some of them are, directly also linked even to things like fertility issues and, potentially cancer as well.
You said it. So the clinical manifestations and symptomatic presentations could vary based on the allostatic load or bioaccumulation due to the lack of biotransformation or detox, and could ultimately just manifest in everybody a little bit differently, right? Wherever those sore spots are, whatever it is, skin, neurological, mitochondrial deficits and fatigue, neurofatigue, neuroinflammation. All of those are clinical manifestations, signs and symptoms associated with, that total toxic body burden due to that allostatic load and that environmental gene mismatch.
Mm.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned certain of these pathways and, let's say, routes of detox as well, such as sweating and urination and feces and lymph drainage. These things are actually very, everyday things that people do. Everyone goes to the bathroom every day, and everyone, sweats at least to a certain extent, a little bit, and people don't really think as sweating or urination as a detox pathway, but it is, like you said, very important, and actually one of the major pathways by which your body excretes a lot of these toxins. So maybe we can start with what are some maybe these everyday activities that people should work on optimizing, these simpler things, low hanging fruit, that would support lowering that toxic burden on a daily basis. And we're not gonna go into these more genetic details yet, but some are more like simplistic things. So how can people, make sure that they urinate enough, or stimulate the lymph enough, or what's a sufficient amount of sweating, for example?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's all N of one based on, where you live, the lifestyle that you have. Because arguably, going for a run in a city like New York or DC or LA, where the air impact,
Mm,
outdoors and the air quality is so bad that in certain areas, right, that could actually be more detrimental. Right. So
mm,
looking again, at the actual kind of spatial exposures and how that influences, everything is very important. So, is there a correct recipe for the person? That's a great question. And I think that number one, I think most importantly is identifying and mitigating and removing sources of exposure to that toxin first and foremost, right? Because
mm,
we don't know what we're being exposed to unless you test, right? And there's different forms of testing out there, provoked tests versus, spontaneous tests. Usually urinary metabolites. Is blood better than, urine, and so on and so forth. And I think each one could be debated and has its clinical validity and utility in addressing N of one, kind of clinical management. So number one, what's our greatest threat? And obviously, we could do our best to filter our water and, make sure we're hydrating on great quality water, and whether it's filtered, double reverse osmosis, alkalis, and there's all sorts of different, is it deuterium removed, from it? There's all these different things with water. Then the food, right? Organic, inorganic, and basically hormones in the meat and antibiotics in the in the meat as well. So it's being mindful of those accumulate exposures. Not to mention, our EMFs are a big part of it, right? This distortive factor, right? That is a part of our exposome, right? And if we're bathing in EMFs in our bedroom, not good. The Austrians, there's um, a great company in Austria called GeoVital that basically trains individuals to identify major sources of EMF exposures in their home and in their office, wherever where they spend a lot of time. And they basically provide tools and resources to mitigate that electromagnetic field stress. I feel as though the Austrians are really ahead of their time when it comes down to geopathic stress and looking
mhm,
at how EMF plays a role. Our cleaning products, our cosmetic products, phthalates and parabens, all those things are really big things. Our cookware, huge,
mm,
with
yeah.
Teflon and nonstick. So first and foremost, we need to do an audit of what's coming into our exposome, what we're being, exposed to. And actually, me and the American Board of Precision Medicine represent a new initiative here in the U.S. called the Human Exposome Project, which is basically kind of picking up where the Human Genome Project left off 25 years ago and looking at how that environmental gene interface and how that influences things. So, you know, I think number one is identifying those exposures, mitigating and removing chronic exposure. Number two, what could you do, to help facilitate detox? That's a loaded question. It depends on what we're being exposed to. If you want to go to the whole concept of mold toxicity, and I know there's like the saying out there, kill, bind, sweat. You don't really sweat out mycotoxin. That's kind of something so it just really depends on what your total toxic body burden is, what it
Mhm,
shows, and how to address each one of those kind of components in a targeted fashion through targeted detox. Generally speaking, though, what could you do at home right now from a lifestyle standpoint on top of mitigating exposure would be drinking enough water per day, and honestly that amount and concentration could vary from person to person. What I tell people to do is just look at their urine, right? Look at your urine. You don't want it concentrated, you don't want to see bubbles, you don't want to see it cloudy, right? You want to see a nice straw colored urine. right? That could be vary from day to day based on physical activity, stress, exposure, and sweating. In
Mhm.
regards to sweating, what's a magic recipe? I haven't seen any studies done specifically to identify the specific sweating concentration or amount. Go out
Yeah.
there and move. Right? Break a sweat, right? Have fun with it, whether it's playing a sport or doing, a martial art like jujitsu or, being in a sauna, to help mobilize some of this stuff out of your system. Fantastic. Go and sweat. You got to sweat. I do sauna therapy at minimum, 3 to 5 times a week. Another very important thing to consideration is fiber. Are you
Mm.
pooping enough?
Mm.
And do you know how many patients I have normal thyroid function, normal-ish diet, and all that other stuff, but they don't poop on a regular basis,
Mm.
right? And when you start
Yeah.
unpacking the microbiome association, they have some microbes that are associated with dysbiosis that could be affecting that. They have maybe sympathetic dominancies in their vagal nerve tone, right, or lack thereof, that's influencing the migrating motor complex of their myenteric plexus of their gastrointestinal system that slows down bowel motility, right? We have patients that might have some thyroid issues, but poop, man, that's that's fun stuff. You wanna make sure you're pooping a
Yes.
lot, enough. You don't want
Right.
diarrhea. You want, a normal cadence of bowel movements, 2 to 3 times a day to be keeping up with, your normal digestive physiology, and the type of stool matters, and
Right.
that there's a whole Bristol stool chart where you could look at, is it hard and rocky or is it, mushy and stuff. All those things are clinical clues on what's happening in the digestive process, the microbiota, bowel elimination, and so forth. Because when you start taking fiber, watch what happens. The fiber goes in there, feeds short chain fatty acids needed for the microbiota and the mucin production on the colonocytes and supports a healthy eubiosis gut terrain. Things start working better. Elimination starts working better.
Yeah.
I can't stress pooping enough and
Mm.
appropriately. All right. And
Yeah.
then lymphatic mobilization is critical, right? So, what do you do for that? Well, you just got to run, got to exercise, you got to rebound and jump on a trampoline, you could jump rope, and infuse some sort of movement that's going to, kind of a, movement that's going to stimulate the lymph as a whole, right? In
Mm.
my office, we have a machine called Flowpresso from New Zealand, FDA registered machine that's been shown to do whole body lymphatic sequential compression. I love it. It is like a nice warm hug. You see these folks out there that are using like just the leg stuff, the leg
Mhm.
compressors, right, in their
Right.
recovery. That's cute. But the bulk of our lymph nodes are actually concentrated in the abdomen, the
Mm.
inguinal region, the epitrochlear lymph nodes, in our arms, right? And then we have some other lymph nodes throughout, axillary lymph nodes and our thoracic duct. All of that lymphatic stimulation needs to be addressed appropriately. And once you start mobilizing the lymph, that's when you should sweat. So mobilize the lymph in
Mm.
some shape or form and then sweat. Right.
Mm.
If you
So
don't
you
sweat, you're going to just recircle some of that stuff into your system, and that's not good. And then you
gotcha.
hydrate. I love hydrating, rehydrating on coconut water, love it. So I think that's a part of a healthy routine. And not to mention sleep. Do you know how
Mm.
much stuff is removed into your system in sleep? Right? And with the lymphatic system, I don't know if I know you know all about the lymphatic system, and basically it's a part of our lymphatic system within the central nervous system that goes in there and actually works as a hydraulic pump within our cerebral spinal fluid to wash away any of these bioaccumulated misfolded proteins that might accumulate in the brain.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
lymphatic mobilization clearance is a very big part of this entire process as well to pull away some of those bioaccumulated proteins. So, sleep
Yeah.
optimization is critical. And then, eating for detox, right? There's some evidence about cilantro having some mild chelation benefits, beets, yucca, having some additional, binding effects, so there's different foods that can help support the detox pathways. And for that, I like to reference one of my colleagues, Deanna Minnick's work, eating across a rainbow and spectrum of different colors of phytonutrients, because
Mhm.
again, those phytonutrients phytonutrients play a very important role at supporting some of those epigenetic epinutrient signals needed for favorable gene expression, supporting detox and elimination.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, that was a amazing overview. Super fascinating and specific. So I guess the perfect routine you use that on a daily basis, you do some sort of movement, specifically movement that would stimulate your lymphatic system. And the best form of that is something related to compression or bouncing, like running, jumping, rebounding. I guess foam rolling or this dry brushing or massaging would also count as a lymphatic drainage routine. So you need to like move the lymph and hydrate properly, eat sufficiently enough fiber that you would go for number two on a regular basis, which I think is very underappreciated. That people would say that okay, fiber is useless, that it's not an essential nutrient. Yeah, but in today's world, your toxic burden is so much higher that you probably need to go for number two a bit more often as well to bind to even like air pollution. Like you could live the most purest lifestyle, but if you're in a close by to some bigger city, then you will be exposed to more air pollution uh,
Yeah,
just
that's
by that. So yeah, fiber intake is underrated in that regard, and sleep optimization with everything related to that. We're not going to go into details of that, but just going to bed on time, blocking out artificial light, and sleeping in the darkness. All those things would help with melatonin production as well, which I think is also involved in these pathways related to detox.
Yeah, the chronobiology of it's very, interesting because, arguably, based on different clock gene activation, there's different organ tissues, a part of our detox pathways that have heightened, expression, with, I think, the liver, being mostly associated around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, from my understanding. So, mitigating the different air pollutant or light pollution, to optimize or minimize the suprachiasmatic nuclei reflection on those photoreceptors on the eyelid to optimize the melatonin production is going to be essential at, you know, um, getting some of those chronobiological signalings orchestrated appropriately. So the chronobiome is a whole nother, very fascinating topic of, bioregulatory, kind of support.
Now let's talk about nutrition. It's a very controversial topic, and there's a lot of different opinions about nutrition. That's why I want to play you a clip from our roundtable discussion with Dr. Greg Potter and Dr. Nicholas Verhoeven, or Physionic, where we talk about nutrition and what's true and what's false about it.
Let me start out with kind of a hypothetical question. So, let's say you're in a social setting and someone finds out that you're a leading health expert. So, you just gave them the exact spiel that we just gave. And then they ask you, well, what is the best diet? How would you respond? And I have a very particular answer for this, but I'm especially interested to hear how you guys would respond to that question. So, again, what is the best diet? Let's start with you, Greg.
Well, someone asked me that question, I'd say, I'm really sorry, I really need a pee. And then I'd just try and avoid them the rest of the evening.
Okay, great. Okay, you Siim?
If if it was forced on me, then I would give them a predictably boring, nuanced answer. And I would say that it, of course, depends on lots of factors. A few of those, not all of them, include what the person's goals are. For example, someone who's trying to build muscle as quickly as possible is going to take a different strategy from someone who's trying to navigate some sort of chronic health condition. Another would be someone's current health status. If you have type 2 diabetes, then that might influence various aspects of your nutrition. Someone who is pregnant or breastfeeding has different nutrient needs, and also how they eat is going to influence various different metabolic and taste preference parameters in their offspring too. Then one would be ancestry, and this isn't something that we understand that well, but there's a little bit of evidence suggesting that someone's genetic background might be helpful in personalizing some aspects of their nutrition. There's research relating to things like how well people desaturate fatty acids and the number of copies of salivary alpha amylase they have, and therefore how they respond to carbohydrate intake and so on. Another would just be someone's taste preferences. I'm not going to force a diet on someone if the person hates the food that is present in the diet. Another would be someone's values. If, for example, someone is really interested in animal welfare and environment sustainability, then that might shape their food choices. Whereas if someone has just been following all the carnivores on YouTube, they might be a bit less fussed about that stuff. And then what has this person tried previously? If they haven't had success with a type of dietary strategy that I might otherwise have suggested, then that probably isn't going to make much sense for them. And then just panning back, I'd say in terms of the general dimensions of nutrition, and we can actually apply this across different lifestyle domains. I'd take a similar framework for sleep and physical activity too. I think there are a few dimensions that matter. So one of those would be the diet composition, and we can break that down in various ways, but it includes obviously things like the nutrition, so the macronutrition, carbohydrate, fat, protein, alcohol, and the micronutrition too. But there are also other factors in food that will influence various aspects of someone's biology. And those could include chemicals that are present in fungi, polyphenols in plants, zoochemicals in animal foods. The list goes on. Another dimension would just be timing. And that's something that's only really received attention in recent years. And we can frame that in different ways. Commonly, people speak about what is colloquially referred to as the eating window. So the time elapsed between when you first start consuming something that contains calories on a given day and when you finish your final calories for the day. I would call that the caloric period just because I'm a nerd. But within that, we can also look at the distribution of someone's energy intake. So you could have a fixed caloric period where in two conditions, someone's eating from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., an 8-hour window. But in one condition, much of the energy is front loaded within that window. And in another, it's loaded towards the end of the window. And then you could separately have an energy domain, but I put that in the composition bucket. And then finally, there's one kind of meta domain that applies to all of those, which is regularity. So how consistent is someone's diet timing and how consistent is their diet composition from day to day? And by this point, the person would have fallen asleep and then they wouldn't want to speak to me. So I still would have won.
That's an excellent answer, especially the last bit. Now, um, yeah, the way I think about it is actually very similar to what you were getting to, that there's so much nuance to it that you'd have to dig in deeper. So I would say that, I mean, I had a much shorter answer at like a dinner party or social setting. I would just say that that's impossible to answer in this short conversation that we're going to have here. Simply because of all the reasons that you laid out, looking at timing, looking at the circumstance, looking at the time of day. I mean, there's all kinds of different things that you can take into consideration. I don't know. What about you, Siim? How do you think about it?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's super complex and super context dependent to the individual. I mean, the main framework and the principles are going to be very similar, but there's always going to be these small nuances in macros and types of foods they eat and meal frequency, etc., that depend on the individual. But I would like to maybe, let's say, frame it the way I was on Matt Caberlin's podcast a few months ago, who is one of the more renowned longevity researchers, and he asked me, like, okay, if you were to rank how much you eat, what you eat, and when do you eat, in importance, which one is the most important, which one is the least important, then I said what you eat and how much you eat, they're very equally important. But at the end of the day, it still matters how much you eat. and that is still the most important thing, because that determines whether you're gaining weight or losing weight, and whether or not you're going to become obese or stay at a leaner body composition. And if we understand anything about health, then it is that obesity is bad. That being obese cuts down on your life expectancy and increases the risk of pretty much all other chronic diseases. So the number one goal of the diet would be to avoid obesity and excess adiposity. Now, how much body fat do you need? That depends on your biological sex. Like, are you male or female? There's research that for females, it matters a lot less how much body fat they have, as long as they're not super obese. For males, it appears that you need to be slightly more leaner for health benefits. But yeah, how much you eat determines your adiposity, regardless of what you eat, so to say. So if you're eating a very healthy diet, whatever you think that is, you're eating only whole foods, or you're eating only meat, or you're eating only plant foods, if you eat too much, then you're going to be gaining weight. And that's going to eventually harm your overall health. It's going to eventually result in excess visceral fat, excess adiposity, worse metabolic health, worse inflammation, etc. So the number one thing is at the top would be how much you eat, maintaining a semi-calorie balance, and just adjusting your calorie intake based on your body fat percentages. That's how I just like to roll. That, okay, I see that you're gaining too much body fat, reduce your food intake or increase your energy expenditure or something like that. If you see that you're becoming too skinny or too frail, you want to build muscle, then you just need to increase the calorie intake or increase carbohydrate or protein intake, whatever the case may be. The second thing is, what you eat, and generally, it doesn't have to be something that is perfect. There's a lot of thought that you need to be on this 100% Puritan diet, that nothing is processed and that everything is 100% grass-fed or organic whole food. I don't think that's the case. If your diet is 80% whole food, then that 20% of whatever processed foods isn't going to undermine the other components of your diet. And as long as you're in a calorie balance, it's not going to undermine your health as well. Now, there are some little nuances there. If you're lean, but you drink too much alcohol, which does contain calories, then you might gain too much visceral fat, or you might have a little bit of fatty liver, or too high triglycerides, whatever it is. So your blood work can still be suboptimal, even at a lean body composition, if you drink too much alcohol, for example. And that can apply to some other processed foods as well. You might be otherwise healthy and lean, but you consume too much sugar and you have pre-diabetic blood sugar levels or something like that. So there is, still a principle of eating predominantly whole foods that I think should be followed. But it doesn't have to be 100% perfect. If it's 20% processed foods, 80% whole foods, I think that for most people is possible. But generally, let's say 90% whole foods, 10% some processed foods is going to be realistic for the average person, because it's just more easier to adopt in the modern world, where there is a lot of processed foods. You're not going to be always able to eat your grass-fed steak with organic vegetables. So needs to be some flexibility as well. And as long as you're not, I guess, mentally afraid or very stubborn about your diet, then you can pull off with, let's say a 10% suboptimal diet, because it's not going to undermine the rest of your diet. And the last component is when you eat. I'm a huge fan of intermittent fasting. I'm a huge fan of circadian rhythms and time-restricted eating. And I do think that it has an important role in health, but I would still put it at the bottom of the totem pole, that it's important, but it's not the most important thing. Calories matter the most. What you eat comes then. And the last part is when you eat. So the general framework here would be that don't eat in the middle of the night, at the biological nighttime for humans, that you want to consume most of your calories or all of your calories during the biological daytime. You don't need to do some sort of intermittent fasting, but let's say within 1 hour of waking until a few hours before bed should be the eating window for most people. Now, of course, some people can't follow that they're doing shift work, or they have some jet lag or something like that. Then there are ways to go around it, but generally you should try to eat in a way that makes you consume 99% of your calories during the biological daytime.
That is an incredibly good answer. I love the rank order of how you think about that. because I think in a short conversation that I would have with someone, if I was forced into giving an answer, that would be exactly how I'd think about it too, looking at the amount of consumption, then the what's involved in that consumption, what are the nutrients, and then from there, looking at timing. And on the timing front, if I can just dig into that just a little bit more before we go on to the other questions, because this is something that I've thought about a good amount in relation to intermittent fasting. I think you guys would have uh, a really great perspective on this that may be something I've never considered. I don't know if you guys have run across the literature showing that intermittent fasting tends to be this is the way it's put out there. It's not necessarily my opinion or the way I think about it, but that intermittent fasting is more beneficial if a person consumes their food earlier in the day compared to later in the day. Have you guys run across that literature or just run across that idea?
Well, Craig is the Mr. Time Sheet Eating, so I'm
Yeah,
sure he
Nick,
knows.
Nick, if you wanted to, you could find hours and hours and hours of podcasts of me boring people to tears about that subject. So
Okay.
yeah, I've come
Well,
across it.
okay. Okay, good. So that's great. Could could you quote unquote bore us with with your take
Yeah.
now? Because I would be genuinely really interested in that.
Well, I'll give you a hot take, but I'll first just return to something that Siim first raised, and that is just that we need to bear in mind that these different dimensions speak to each other, and these different pyramids have been around for a while, where people try to rank the relative importance of different things, and Eric Helms published one of those
Mm,
probably about a decade ago now, which largely aligns with what you guys were saying. But I think what is sometimes missed in that conversation, and I agree for the most part with what he said and what you guys were saying there, is that these different dimensions do speak to each other. And actually, if you speak about focusing on energy intake, then that can cause people to start thinking, well, okay, I will just start trying to count calories then so that I hit my energy intake target. And then within that, I can eat what I want. And that's typical of a type of IIFYM if it fits your macros approach. And that can work well for some people, but some people really struggle with that type of approach too. And so I just emphasize that sometimes if you focus on timing and macronutrition or specific food choices, then energy intake comes along for the ride. And you see that with time restricted eating across different studies on average. If people use time restricted eating, which, depending on how we define it, is confining all your daily calorie intake to a period of 12 hours or less each day. Whereas in my mind, intermittent fasting is something different. It's occasional use of a fast of 24 hours or longer, but that's not the way that most people use that term. But if people use time restricted eating, they'll slightly reduce their food intake. And then similarly, if people are focusing on, say, consuming more dietary protein or more dietary fiber, then they would tend to reduce their total energy intake too, relative to how they were eating previously. So just something to bear in mind. In terms of time restricted eating and early versus late time restricted eating, I do think that there are some small benefits to be had from front loading intake for many people, but the effects are modest. The early work on this that was compelling was done by Courtney Peterson, and she published some work on this in one of the Cell journals in 2018. It was done in adult men with prediabetes, and she had these guys restrict their food intake such that they were finishing their daily food intake by 3 p.m. And within a relatively short period of time, they had a dramatic change in their blood pressure. It was about a 10 millimeter of mercury drop in blood pressure, which is equivalent to what you get from a lot of hypotensive drugs. And they also had some improvements in insulin sensitivity and some markers of inflammation. And importantly, in that particular study, they tried to control the diet such that they didn't change their total energy intake. So those effects were independent of any change in energy intake. And there probably was a small effect on energy intake, but it was very modest, and it certainly didn't explain those results. And
most people see aging.
To me, that study highlights a theme that's come up a few times in that type of research, which is that the people who stand to benefit most from this type of approach are probably people who are relatively sedentary, who don't have great metabolic health. And so for the three of us sat here, do I think that early time restricted eating would yield any sort of meaningful benefit in our health parameters? No, I don't think it would, because it interacts with your physical activity and your general health and a variety of other factors too. The rationale behind front-loading intake in that way is based on circadian biology by and large. If you look, for example, at oral glucose tolerance, then going by work by people like Frank Shear, it varies quite a lot over the course of the circadian day. And for the most part, it's higher in the biological morning than it is in the biological evening. And the thermic effect of feeding, so the amount of energy that it takes you to digest and metabolize food, tends to be higher in the biological morning too. So you'll burn a little bit more energy, everything else controlled for. There are fluctuations like that across the course of the day that suggest that front-loading intake is going to make some sense. There are some other facts at play too, like there's the second meal effect, the idea being that a previous meal that you've had shortly before your present meal will slightly reduce responses in blood sugar to that second meal. So actually, in terms of distribution of energy intake and carbohydrate in particular, I'd argue that the meal where you want to concentrate most of those calories and carbohydrates is probably the second meal of the day, lunch. So having a big lunch works well for a lot of people. However, coming back to physical activity, if, for example, someone was working out after they finished the working day, they get to the gym at 6 p.m. and they've tried this type of early time restricted eating approach, and then they either skip dinner or they have a tiny dinner after they just depleted loads of muscle glycogen and induced lots of muscle damage, and their metabolic health is otherwise good, I don't think that that makes any sense. So you have to take it on a person by person basis. One thing to bear in mind comes back to what I began this boring answer with, which is that we eat different things at different times of day too. And so one of the effects of early time restricted eating might be some modest changes in people's food choices. This hasn't been very clearly shown by the research. I suspect that we would find this given adequate power and appropriate food recall methods. But take the example of alcohol. Not that many people are mainlining beer at breakfast. And so if you're using early time restricted eating and you're having a freakishly early dinner, and you're finishing your dinner by 4 p.m., and previously you were having a glass of wine on the sofa at 7:30 p.m., you're probably going to end up drinking less alcohol, just as one example. So I think it is going to affect dietary choices too, and possibly therefore the quality of someone's diet. But just to reiterate, that hasn't been that well demonstrated yet. That's just one study that I mentioned. There are other studies that we could go into, but I like that because it was very rigorously done. There are 2 or 3 other rigorous studies. There are a bunch of null findings too in the literature. There's not really ever been strong evidence that late time restricted eating, where, for example, someone was beginning their first calorie consumption at 1 p.m. and finishing at 9 p.m., is superior to early time restricted eating. One more thing to bear in mind is that this is going to interact with how you distribute the calories and the macronutrients within the eating window too. So take 2 hypothetical examples. One of them is early time restricted eating, and your eating window is from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. But your 9 a.m. dietary event contains 100 calories. And then you have a small snack at midday, and then your final meal contains 3,000 calories. So it's backloaded within the early window. So the center of mass of your food intake is actually right around 3 p.m. You could also have late time restricted eating where your window starts at 1 p.m., finishes at 10 p.m., but you have all your calories at 1 p.m., and then the rest of the day you eat like a bird and you have a total of 200 calories. Center of mass there is earlier than it is in the early time restricted eating condition. So, as always, there are nuances to this stuff. If you can make early time restricted eating work, your metabolic health isn't great, you're relatively physically inactive, then I think it's a good strategy for a lot of people. Otherwise, if you want to get some of the benefits of early time restricted eating, then I'd probably focus more on the distribution of your calories. And so you can have a longer eating window, but the idea is just that your first couple of meals are probably going to concentrate a lot of your food intake.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's a lot of context. The I've always been a bit critical. Maybe I haven't looked at all the literature on this topic, but I've been a bit critical of some of the comparisons between the late time restricted versus early time restricted, in that I've always wondered if some of the measurements that researchers do, especially in the fasted state the next day, isn't biased by the fact of exactly that last point that you pointed out, that potentially a person's just backloading a lot of their calories, a lot of their food consumption much later in the day. And if you were to even compare that against a control group that is designed to space out their meals across 3 meals throughout the entire day, then the amount of food that they're consuming at the very end of the day is vastly different from what the group that restricts their consumption to later in the day would be consuming. So doing fasted measurements of like glucose and insulin and using measures like HOMA IR, I think could be misleading in terms of how we're interpreting a lot of the benefits that come from some of this time restricted eating, or some of the advantages that we give to, I suppose we'll say, I guess, the intermittent fasting period being later in the day as opposed to earlier in the day. So this study that you described, I'm not sure if I read it. Maybe I didn't. It's been a while since I've looked at that literature, but I'd be curious. So what you're saying is that there are other independent, more sensitive metrics that are not dependent on the timing, or not dependent on this loading of food at the end of the day versus earlier in the day. We still are able to distinguish that there are maybe some slight benefits with eating food earlier in the day compared to later in the day.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I'm just saying that for people with poor metabolic health in general, having an earlier eating window, controlling for everything else, tends to lead to slightly greater improvements in metabolic health parameters than putting it later in the day. I just want to pick up on a couple of things that you mentioned there too. So one is that if you look at some of the null studies, and probably the highest profile of these was in the New England Journal of Medicine a few years ago, they've probably not found anything because the contrast between the groups hasn't been big enough. So some of these studies that have said, well, time restricted eating doesn't lead to weight loss or metabolic health improvements. When you look at the eating windows between groups, the people in the control group, their eating window is 12 or 13 hours, and the people in the experimental group, their eating window is 10 hours. And so the difference between groups just really small. And so to actually see these types of benefits, there needs to be a substantial change between the groups. And that explains some of those null findings, not all of them necessarily. And then you mentioned HOMA IR, so homeostasis model assessment of insulin resistance. Something to bear in mind with these types of studies is that the food that you consume is a time cue, a Zeitgeber, that sets many of the clocks in your circadian system, the peripheral clocks that influence all sorts of local processes and tissues such as skeletal muscle, the liver, the gut, and so on. And those clocks basically function to schedule a timetable of events each day, when to build things, when to break things out, when to break things down, and so on. And so, given that, these studies that manipulate food timing are going to shift some of those clocks too, potentially. On top of that, when some sort of test is done at the end of an intervention, so let's say that it's a glucose tolerance test, the period of time that's elapsed between the final meal on the previous day and the test isn't necessarily standardized, which is something that's worth bearing in mind. And so you've potentially got a shift in the timing of those peripheral clocks, and you might have a much longer fasting interval from the final meal on the previous day to the test. And so there's some noise that's often not accounted for. I don't want to get bogged down in the experimental weeds, but I just want to highlight that there are nuances to this stuff. And it's actually quite hard, I think, for a lot of people to work out where the weeds are because they don't have a relevant scientific background and they might not be that familiar with the literature or have thought very deeply about those subjects.
It's that last point that is the one that I get hung up on, because that's the one where I question some of the validity of some of the results that have come out from some of the intermittent fasting literature. Exactly that the timing between tests, so the ending meal being completely calorie laden versus a meal that's much less calorie laden, but the calories across the day are still equated. And then the next day you do a fasting measurement of blood sugar, insulin, and then you do some of these proxy measures, and then you try to come to a conclusion with that. To me, it seems like there's a good opportunity there for us. You use the word noise to get a lot of noise in those measurements that we're not really accounting for. So I don't know. Anyway, it was great to get your perspective. Siim, how do you feel about the whole late intermittent fasting versus early intermittent fasting, considering your extensive experience with it?
Yeah, I've done different versions of that myself. In a few years ago, I had 8 p.m. dinner or something like that, and my first one at 1 p.m. Now I'm doing an earlier variation. I have my dinner at like 4 or 5 p.m. and first one is 10 a.m. So I do think that from my own experience, an earlier time restricted eating window is better for sleep. At least subjectively, I sleep better. My sleep scores are a bit better, and maybe digestion a bit better as well. So that's my own subjective experience from that. But I think that at the end of the day, it comes down to the totem pole that you can't say that someone who is even in a calorie deficit and eating a healthy diet, but they're having their eating window quite late in the day, that they're somehow unhealthier or that they're in a worse health condition compared to someone who is overeating calories but doing it early in the day. Right. So the hierarchy of these three factors matters still at the end of the day. And unfortunately, a lot of the studies yet, I feel, haven't completely controlled for all of these factors and variables that that the calorie content, I think, is a huge important aspect here. But the problem here is that most people who are doing late time restricted eating, they tend to follow the pattern that they are backloading pretty much all their calories later in the day as a diet adherence tool. So the reason they skip food in the early part of the day is that they can have a large dinner and not gain weight, because it's like a diet adherence tool. It's for some people it's easier to say no to all foods for the entire day and then eat whatever. That's one strategy that people like to do. Some people have a different, let's say, preference, but I guess that's why most people do late time restricted eating as a diet adherence tool, that they have a lot of calories to eat in the dinner without gaining weight, so they can eat whatever they want pretty much. And it's hard to there hasn't been like the perfect study to actually, I guess, address that component. From a physiological perspective, I do think that having a bit earlier eating window is probably better from like a circadian rhythm perspective, because if you eat the massive dinner at 10 p.m. and you go to bed at 11 p.m., let's say, for example, then I do feel that it might shift your circadian rhythm slightly later, because exercise does do that. If you exercise earlier in the day, you shift your circadian rhythm earlier. If you exercise later in the day, you shift it later. So, and food is a huge regulator of the circadian clocks as well. So I think that there should at least a few hours before bed where you stop eating. Now, you don't have to like have breakfast or anything. You can still skip breakfast and have lunch and dinner. But in my opinion, it might be better to just not have a dinner immediately before bed.
Can I just chime in with a few quick thoughts, Nick? I don't want to get too hung up on this stuff because I realize that there are many other things that we want to get to. But one of the things that I was just thinking about is that having a big dinner is culturally normal in much of Western Europe and North America. And so we have to think about how dietary patterns and food timing interface with norms and with people's lives too. So what Siim was saying there, I think a lot of that is just the function of the environments in which we grew up in. And if people are otherwise doing things very well and they end up having the largest proportion of their daily food intake in terms of their meals at their final meal of the day, then it's not a big deal. Another key point is that the size of the eating window does seem to somewhat relate to energy intake. So the smaller the window, the smaller the food intake tends to be. And this raises an important point, which is that time restricted eating isn't for everyone. This is not something that I would recommend to someone who's got a history of disordered eating or eating disorders, for example. Someone who's overly restricted their food in some way previously. It's also something that's probably not conducive to achieving an appropriate energy balance in some contexts. So if someone had chronic low energy availability, they had relative energy deficiency, could be in sport, could be another context, and they were trying to get pregnant, saying that they should have an 8-hour eating window, I think is probably silly for the most part. And then what Siim was saying about the size of the final meal, this hasn't been studied to my knowledge, even though it's something that I think a lot of people have thought about for years. But I wonder if that interacts with energy availability. So take an extreme example. You've got someone who's preparing for a bodybuilding contest, and deep into their prep, they're ravenous most of the time. And if they go to bed really, really hungry, they're going to struggle to sleep. Well, in that context, might it make sense for them to consume the biggest share of their daily food intake at dinner? I think it might do. So we just need to bear in mind that type of person specificity. Anyway, I'll pipe down now.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we've definitely gone down the intermittent fasting rabbit hole, but I think it's important. I think a lot of people use it, and a lot of people are considering using it. So it's an area of nutrition that should be discussed. It's funny that we started out by discussing calories, at least Siim and I, and Greg, I think for the most part also, and we discussed the amount of intake is the most important, and the nutrients that you consume, and then the timing, and then we ended up going down a rabbit hole on timing specifically. It's pretty apt. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. So if we were to get more specific, let's say now you had all the time in the world, and I'm breaking this up into 3 separate goals that a person might have. One of them is one person wants to be in the top 1% of longevity. Another person wants to be in the top 1% of athletics. And then, of course, you could probably break that up into the types of athletics as well. And then one person just wants to have general well-being, just wants to be generally healthy, live a pretty long life, but isn't necessarily concerned with every morsel of food that they consume. How would they differ in terms of your approach to giving advice or just general recommendations that you would give those 3 individuals? Do you want to start it off, Siim?
Yeah. Well, for athleticism, it depends a lot on the sports. For a sumo wrestler, the diet is different than for a gymnast. And a sumo wrestler, there's research that they have substantially shorter life expectancy than the average Japanese person. So let's say not sumo wrestling, but I don't know, track and field, because it's kind of similar to a general healthy lifestyle. So they're more similar across the groups. I would say that for an athlete, biggest difference from a general diet is that they just end up eating more carbohydrates and end up eating more calories overall. Now, an athlete typically needs to maintain a lower body fat percentage for a better body weight, like a force ratio. So a track and field athlete is, pretty lean, so they aren't eating a ton of calories, but they're probably eating more calories than an average person who doesn't exercise, just because they exercise a lot more. So the biggest differences between the person would be they eat more carbohydrates, they maybe eat more protein because they have more lean muscle tissue, and they eat more calories to fuel their workouts. And for an athlete, the meal frequency, I imagine, is also more relevant than to a general person. An athlete, depends on the sport specifically, but if they want to, let's say, maximize muscle anabolism and recovery, then they probably have to end up eating more frequently, especially protein. So they might have 4 protein meals a day, spreading out their protein. Whereas for an average person, spreading out the protein is a bit less important. So they can have, let's say, 2, 3 meals, whereas an athlete might have 4, 5, 6 meals, depending on their particular situation. And I don't think an average person needs to be on some low carb diet or restrict all carbohydrates, but they probably just end up eating less carbohydrates because they're burning less glycogen as well, and they're a bit less insulin sensitive. And an athlete probably is able to consume a lot more simple sugars. So they might have a Gatorade or some sugar gel during their workout to replenish their glycogen faster, whereas an average person never needs to do that. They don't need to have Skittles during their 30-minute Pilates class or something like that. And for general health and longevity, it depends also like what you like to eat. If you want to maximize well-being and enjoyment in life, then you also need to consider the enjoyment of eating. When you eat, with who you eat, whether or not you consume alcohol or not, and what kind of food you eat. Having pizza with family over a glass of wine or something like that it could be considered like a wellness not an intervention, but an event, because you're getting some mental health benefits or relaxation. You're just enjoying yourself. Whereas for an athlete, it's probably out of the question because they need to focus on their sports, especially in like competitive season. And it's quite interesting in the top 1% longevity space. Some people would argue that, okay, never no alcohol, never pizza, never no kind of a junk food. But I would argue that it's also important in the longevity area because of the socialization and the mental health benefits. It's very underrated in like the online longevity discussion. Just the mental health benefits of socializing and letting it go every once in a while. Now, of course, if you're developing fatty liver and becoming diabetic from eating too much processed food or alcohol, then it's counterproductive. But an otherwise healthy person, they can have a glass of wine, let's say, once a week. They can have a slice of pizza once a week, and it shouldn't have any detrimental effects on their blood work or long-term health if they're otherwise healthy. Now, it depends on, there's a spectrum of people with their health, but let's say a top 1% health individual, they can get away with it, and they don't have to necessarily manically obsess over that.
So you essentially don't have to be Brian Johnson to get into that top 1% then.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that totally makes sense. What about you, Greg? How do you think about it?
Quite similarly, for the most part, I would say comparing those 3 scenarios, the longevity diet is generally going to be the most strict, and it might focus on a few things. So it might focus in particular on diet quality, so the density of micronutrients and other health promoting substances in food, whatever those might be. It might also start to look to some of the different processes that seem to be driving aging and how nutrition intersects with those. I think nutrition is relevant to some of those. So things like autophagy, just to name one example. And then it would probably also focus more on quantification of health parameters and then trying to use nutrition changes to nudge things into ranges that we think are more optimal. So if, for example, someone's ApoB and their non-HDL cholesterol are running a bit high, then that might indicate certain dietary changes. If someone's triglycerides are a bit high, if they're a bit insulin resistant, all those types of things. The general well-being approach is going to be a bit like a more flexible version of that. And it would be about sustaining health and performance, but also with plenty of focus on enjoyment. And so I think in this type of instance, it's helpful to understand something about how to keep things in check when you do flex a bit. And I mentioned IIFYM earlier. I think that one thing that people can take from that, irrespective of who they are, is that when you do veer off your plan, if you have a plan, then you're just trying to keep your total food intake in check and maybe have some strategies to support that, because it's quite easy for the wheels to come off entirely during certain events, Christmas, Thanksgiving, that type of thing. And so at those times, I would just focus on trying to be quite close to your calorie targets and possibly your protein and fiber targets too, if I was to focus on certain things. And then when it comes to athletes, completely agree with what Siim was saying about total energy intake and carbohydrate intake, and also the importance of the specific athletic discipline or sport that someone is competing in. But when you put that to the side, the only other things that I'd probably mention would be that it can be helpful to have a more targeted approach. So the same way that we speak about periodization with training, there's been a lot of discussion about nutritional periodization in the last decade or so. So trying to manipulate, in particular, macronutrients in accordance with training sessions to facilitate certain outcomes. So doing some training sessions in a state of low carbohydrate availability, for example, to promote biochemical changes that support fat oxidation, just as one instance. And then there are probably some small differences between athletes and non-athletes, in addition to their energy needs and maybe the optimal carbohydrate intake in their micronutrient needs. So if you take the example of someone who's sweating a lot and is undergoing loads of muscle contractions, many more than someone who's more sedentary, then they're probably going to need slightly higher levels of certain micronutrients. But I think Siim otherwise nailed it, and those would be the only things that I'd add to that. How about you, Nick? I should say Nick the Impaler, sorry.
For anybody who's completely confused, that is a pre-podcast discussion. It has to do going back to my murderous tendencies. Anyway, moving on. Okay, no, I think I almost completely agree. I can't think of anything. I mean, obviously, if we were to have an entire podcast about how to be a top 1% longevity individual, there's plenty of nuances that we could get into. But in general, how do we separate the three? I agree with how you guys think about it. However, for the vast majority of people who are not necessarily trying to get into that top 1% of either, they're not trying to be the top 1% in their rec league, where they're absolutely destroying everybody around them, and they're also not necessarily trying to maximize their lifespan at the expense of certain enjoyments. How do you guys think about some of the basics? So if a person comes to you and they're like, okay, here's my goal. I just want to live a long, healthy life. I want to be relatively happy with my food choices. I don't mind making a small adjustments here and there. And you had to rank order the emphasis of how a person should think about things. So let's go with like calories, protein, fat, carbohydrates, micronutrients, things of that nature. Is there how do you go about advising a person that just wants to live a generally healthy life? And then after that, I'm going to dive into that a little bit more, add some more context.
Yeah. Well, I would start with figuring out how much of, let's say, what would be their target goals for their body weight to eat. And this doesn't have to involve, tracking and measuring foods and tracking macros. It would initially just involve, okay, let's figure out what is your optimal body weight. If someone is, let's say, 10 kilos overweight, we need to figure out what would be their ideal body weight for longevity. And that's generally pretty easy to figure out. We know, like, okay, certain waist circumference is more optimal, and hip to waist to hip ratio, body fat percentage, those kind of things. So let's try to get you to an ideal body weight, whatever that may be. And the most important thing, like I mentioned earlier, for that is the amount of food you eat. So doesn't matter what you eat. If you're gaining weight, then you need to eat less, or you need to change some other variable that would prevent you from gaining weight and help you to reach the ideal body weight. And usually it just means cutting out certain foods or reducing certain foods. And the easiest things to cut out are carbohydrates and fats, because you usually don't want to cut out on protein, because most people are eating less protein than would be optimal. And carbohydrates aren't inherently essential, and fat is essential, but you don't need like a ton of fat. There's a threshold of fat you need. So if you want to lose weight, then reducing some of the fat and carbohydrate intake will help you to achieve that. And people oftentimes don't know how much carbs and fats certain foods have. So here they could go through like a short period of time of measuring things and quantifying things, just to educate themselves about the macronutrient composition of different foods. I've done it a few times in my life, and by doing that, you just develop this, third skill, or this spidey sense about foods, that you don't need to weigh the food, but because okay, whatever, chicken breast or steak, I approximately know how many calories it has because of a past reference, and you don't have to weigh it again. But just having the skill is something that most people lack. They never weigh the food. They think that, some people even don't know that, I don't know, that bread is a high carb food. I think, most people know that, but you can imagine that the average person has no idea how much calories a piece of steak has. But developing that skill is very useful, especially for people who want to, achieve very lean body composition, and to just improve their health or become aware of what they're eating. For protein, so yeah, just eat as much you need to maintain the optimal body composition. If you need to lose weight, then you need to eat less. If you need to gain weight, you're too underweight, then you just, you can eat more food. The next component would be protein. The research about the optimal amount of protein is, I think, pretty solid, or pretty consistent, that it's around 1.6 grams per kilogram per day of body weight. So that's around 0.74 grams per pound. So it's a lot less than some bodybuilders recommend, which is the 1 gram per pound. I think that's more than enough. And for maximal muscle hypertrophy, the intake of 1.6 grams per kilogram appears to be enough. Now, some people respond better if they eat more, but for the average person, I think that's already more than enough for just general health. If they eat less, then that's also fine, but they don't need to eat more protein. And then the rest of the calories can come from carbs or fats, depending on their insulin sensitivity, depending on their exercise demand, depending on the preference. If they don't like to eat a lot of, I don't know, butter or olive oil, they can swap it with some carbohydrates or fruits or something like that. So yeah, the ratios of fats and carbs, I think, matter the least. The most important thing is the calories. Then the second is protein, and the fats and carbs are the third. I do think that the fiber intake is very underrated. For the average person, fiber is super beneficial, and will improve the satiety component of dieting. They'll tend to eat less calories. They'll feel more full. They'll have better gut health. And metabolic health markers also tend to improve with increased fiber intake. So just get a lot of foods from, or get a lot of your, let's say, calories from fruits and vegetables, berries, whole grains, tubers. Those kind of things are generally positive for the average person.
That's great. Yeah, that's a great way to think about it. And we're going to get into more specifics on what makes a good or bad protein, good or bad fat, good or bad carbohydrate. So you alluding to some of that with fibers is a great example. So we'll get into that. Greg, how do you think about it?
Very similarly, fundamentally. So I would also begin by trying to find out what the person is trying to accomplish. And typically some of that is going to relate to weight maintenance or weight gain or weight loss, and then look at their existing food intake using some sort of appropriate measure and try and understand something about their weight trajectory, and then make some changes accordingly. Regarding tracking, I think that it's helpful for almost everyone to track at some point, or at least to spend plenty of time understanding food labels for the reasons that Siim pointed out. But after a certain point, you should get to a stage where you just don't have to do any of that stuff, because you're not going to look back on your life and think, I wish that I'd spent more time on MyFitnessPal. In terms of the rates of gain and loss, it's going to vary quite a lot between people. But if I had to throw out some generic numbers, then I'd suggest that a rate of loss of no more than about 1% of body mass per week is going to work quite well for a lot of people, just because the more rapid the weight loss, the more likely you are to lose fat-free mass, which you're trying to hold on to. The exception to that would be someone who has a lot of adipose tissue at the start. So maybe someone who's got class 2 obesity or class 3 obesity, they've got a very high BMI, they can lose weight more rapidly initially with lower risk of losing fat-free mass. But also sometimes if someone's been quite stagnant in their progress for some time, losing weight more rapidly initially can kickstart their motivation. And then suddenly they buy more into some of the lifestyle changes that you're trying to suggest. Regarding how you achieve that change in energy balance, there are different ways that you can go about it. So you could prescribe specific macronutrient targets, but I generally don't necessarily start with that and focus a bit more on diet composition. And like Siim said, I tend to start by looking at someone's protein intake. And I think the optimal protein intake varies quite a lot between people. I won't go into that now, we'll come back to it. But because of protein's effects on appetite control, it can be very helpful in the context of weight loss, not just for the retention of fat-free mass. And then fat and carbohydrate, I think you can tinker with. As Siim said, carbohydrate technically isn't essential, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't serve all sorts of very important functions. The one box that you have to check is just making sure that someone is getting enough of the essential fatty acids, essential meaning that your body can't synthesize them by itself from precursors. So once those are satisfied, you could play around quite a lot with the ratios between fat and carbohydrates, try and come up with something that's appropriate for the person, which might be influenced by some other information that you have about their health status, conditions they're trying to manage, etc. And I find in practice, a lot of the advice that I end up giving people that I work with is surprisingly consistent between people. Like a lot of people benefit from increasing the protein content of their breakfast, just as one example, and by reducing the number of liquid calories that they consume, whether it's drinking soft drinks or drinking something that masquerades as being a health food. And then in terms of people who are trying to gain weight, I think the optimal rate of gain is probably going to be a bit lower than the optimal rate of loss, just to try and shift the partitioning in favor of gaining relatively more fat-free mass and less fat mass. The exception to that might just be someone who's in a state of chronic low energy availability, in which case the gain changes quite a lot and you might try and gain at a faster rate, and there might be less guidance about specific food choices and things, because you're actually trying to get the person to be more flexible in general, and maybe to stop labeling items as good or bad and so on if someone has some disordered eating tendencies. So again, very similar to Siim. I think that the sequence that I go through is pretty much identical, actually. How about you, Nick?
Unfortunately, I have to echo everything you guys said again. I guess in a way, it's a good thing because hopefully it doesn't confuse people. That's the way I think about things too. That focusing on nutrition patterns, focusing on calories, typically getting a person, especially if a person has never counted calories before. You said this earlier, Greg, that a person doesn't have to count calories. And I think the vast majority of people probably de- almost definitely don't have to be counting calories. But if you don't have any experience understanding, well, how much you're actually consuming, I think calorie counting and learning how to read a nutrition label can be uh, invaluable. It can really open your eyes in how you generally think about nutrition. So for general health, I think that's a good starting point. Maybe do it for 3 days. That's how, like in my nutrition courses, they said 3 days, do 2 days within the week, and then 1 day on the weekend at the minimum. Maybe you can extend that out to 7 days, because in the grand scheme of things, 7 days out of your entire life being strict about counting calories and just understanding where you are. That's the starting point. Just get a baseline, understand your weight, understand how many calories you're consuming, understanding the macronutrients that you're consuming without trying to make any sort of changes. And once you have that baseline, then from there, you can start to make a lot of these adjustments. You have to think to yourself, okay, well, if I eat a lot of vegetables and a lot of fruits, for some reason I get really bloated all the time. Then you can start to get into, okay, well, what foods am I consuming that's causing a lot of these like gastrointestinal discomfort and whatnot? So you address those issues and you get a bit of a baseline on, okay, what kind of foods can I eat? What kind of foods can't I eat? And then you start getting into, okay, now I'm going to start focusing on trying to up my protein, let's say for breakfast, and just kind of general recommendations like that. And it's pretty remarkable, especially for a person who is overweight, how much of a difference that can make. And if a person really likes calorie counting, maybe that's something that they start adopting. But I think for the vast majority of people, that's definitely not necessary. If you enjoy it, it's something I enjoy doing. So I will be spending the rest of my life in MyFitnessPal, but for many others, it's not for them, which is definitely understandable. So yeah, calories and just your general nutrition, then focusing on protein, just kind of putting in more protein, especially for breakfast and for lunch. And then fats and carbohydrates, I think they're a lot more interchangeable. Obviously, you have to have a certain amount of fats, but it's not as much as people think. And usually you get that from consuming a lot of the other foods that you're going to be consuming.
Let's talk about exercise, another important thing to our health. And for this topic, we also had a roundtable discussion with Dr. Greg Potter and Physionic. What do you think is the research about cardio and weights or resistance training? Is one better or the other? Or what is your impression of the research? Maybe Greg, you can start.
Sure. Yeah. So I would ask someone important for what, because they both lead to different adaptations. And I'd argue that they both matter. It's been interesting seeing the evolution of exercise science over the years, because initially there was a lot of focus on endurance training. And then the strength guys came along and the pendulum has swung back in that direction. But the reality is that they both confer lots of health benefits. And something that we didn't speak about earlier is that when it comes to adaptations to training, they're quite general initially. You can take someone who's not very physically active and therefore not very physically fit, and you can have them do almost anything initially, and they'll probably get a little bit stronger and slightly improve their cardiorespiratory fitness too. And then over time, training needs to get increasingly more specific to continue to progress in a given domain. I would also say the relative importance differs between people. You could take someone like you, Siim, who is quite mesomorphic. Naturally, they're quite muscular. And for someone like that, they might not need to do much resistance training at all in order to have high bone mineral density, plenty of muscle mass, good strength, good force production. and they might really benefit from focusing on boosting their cardiorespiratory fitness. At the other end of the spectrum, you could have someone who's very ectomorphic, they're naturally very lithe, and perhaps they're naturally quite good at endurance training, but their bone mineral density is low and they haven't got much muscle or bone reserve. And so focusing on building that through appropriate resistance training is really going to benefit them in the long term. I said that some combination of both is preferable, and that brings up the subject of so-called concurrent training. And people will define this in different ways. Some people, they'd speak about concurrent training as being when you're doing both resistance training and endurance training within the same session, whereas combined training would be you're doing them both, but they're split across different days during the week. And there was a lot of discussion about the so-called interference effect, the suggestion being that if you do cardio and resistance training on the same day, then the cardio in particular is going to dramatically blunt the adaptations to the resistance training because you're sending your body different signals. Cardio is creating some energy stress and they both activate discrete signaling pathways, and the cardiovascular exercise could blunt some of the growth promoting pathways. And as a result, you won't get nearly as strong or gain as much muscle mass as had you just focused on the resistance training alone. I think the body of research now shows that within reason, if the endurance training isn't too damaging and isn't too voluminous, then the size of the interference effect is actually quite small. And so I think if people are pushed for time, then they can combine them both within the same session. And in that case, I'd argue that it makes more sense to do the resistance training first, because by doing the endurance training first, you're going to reduce your force output in the subsequent exercises. Whereas if anything, if you combine resistance training with the endurance training, then the resistance training actually can improve endurance training performance. We see that in elite endurance athletes too. If they add in resistance training, then they might be able to produce a little bit more power late in the race and their exercise economy might be slightly better. Data on injury risk is somewhat mixed. So to summarize, I would say the relative importance differs between people. Both are important. So doing some assessment of your preferences and your needs. So are you relatively strong, but your cardiorespiratory fitness isn't very good, or vice versa, before starting to think about how to optimize your training program makes a lot of sense.
I've learned that we have to stop letting Greg go first because he offers such nuanced answers. Yeah, I mean, again, I completely agree. I think the first question that a person should ask, I understand we're trying to go through question by question, but typically, when you're prescribing exercise, or I suppose that's true of any sort of prescription, you have to understand what the goals are. So if a person wants to just generally be healthy, healthier than their current state of being, then just a simple, very simple mixture of the two is going to offer the most bang for your buck. And then, exactly to Greg's point, if you do one or the other, they tend to translate a little bit across the board if you're pretty untrained. However, as you get further up, then you start to have more and more specificity as you start to decide, okay, well, I'm dealing with osteoporosis, so what am I going to do with that? Then you probably try to slant a little more training towards like resistance training, and you probably change how you do the resistance training as well. So there's a lot of variables that you have to consider, but I think that no matter what, doing both is important. I would say that I completely agree with Greg that starting out with resistance training, if you're going to do them both in one session, that's starting out with resistance training and then going into the cardio respiratory fitness and trying to improve through aerobic exercises is the way to go. I think that also starting out with very low amounts of training, 1 to 2 times a week for somebody who's first starting out. And then again, you start to get into more specificity and you can start increasing that volume. So the volume, I mean, by total amount of work that you do. And if for that, it starts to get really tough to stick that all into 2 training sessions. So you may want to break that into a third. And it just kind of evolves. You can see it continues to evolve, and you have to have some level of idea of how you're going to make that evolution happen. And once you get to really high levels, so once we've been talking about kind of untrained individuals. As you get to really trained individuals, Greg mentioned a word called periodization. So you start talking about that undulating periodization programs and things of that nature, depending on if a person wants to become a pro power lifter, or if they want to be a bodybuilder, or whatever it might be, or if they want to become really good at calisthenics. Then does it make sense? Actually, Siim, you gave a perfect answer. You said that you do squats, but you don't want to do a whole lot of leg exercise because it doesn't fit with what you want to do, with what you want out of your body. So again, you start getting into that specificity. So there's a lot to say on the topic, but for sure, which one matters more? They both matter, just very different ways that kind of cross pollinate with one another.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to do a lot of squats, and that made my calisthenics harder. That's why I'm taking it down a bit currently. But yeah, obviously for optimal health, people need to do a mix of both, and different degrees. How much of each type of exercise you do depends on the goals and the situation. And I totally agree that in the beginning, the fundamental type of exercise that everyone should do is resistance training, because you're not going to be able to increase bone density or muscle mass with cardio. And resistance training tends to have more unique effects as well, whereas you can increase your cardiorespiratory fitness with resistance training as well, like especially in the beginning. If people are unfit, they start to lift weights, their VO2 max will also increase from the weightlifting. Now, if they get more advanced with weightlifting and they get a little bit fitter, then it plateaus. They're not going to see additional effects. So that's where they might need to incorporate some cardiorespiratory fitness to increase their VO2 max as well. But I would like to add that I've looked at, okay, if you were to compare head to head, then which one is more impactful on the risk of all-cause mortality and things like that. And I found one study where the cardiorespiratory fitness didn't have, or had a much higher threshold for health benefits. People who had advanced level of cardiorespiratory fitness, they gained additional reduction in mortality risk. Whereas for strength, which was measured with grip strength, which is used to assess total body strength, upper body strength, then the benefits plateaued at intermediate level of grip strength. So if you have very high level of grip strength, then that's equal to having intermediate level of grip strength for mortality risk benefit. Whereas for cardiorespiratory fitness, having high, like more advanced level of cardiorespiratory fitness provided greater risk reduction than intermediate level of cardiorespiratory fitness. So at least my takeaway from that was that yes, both matter, right? If you combine both, you see additional benefits on your mortality risk, but with strength, there appears to be a smaller ceiling, or like a lower ceiling, where you get the maximum benefits. Whereas with cardiorespiratory fitness, the ceiling is much higher, that you can go much more advanced with cardiorespiratory fitness and get even greater results compared to being intermediate level with that. At least that's what I found from my own research.
Siim, do you mind if I just gently push back against something that you said?
Yeah.
I realize I'm probably nitpicking here, but people can actually get stronger from doing endurance training if they haven't done any. And that's most true of sprint interval training and high intensity intermittent training, which we might come back to. But it's also true of moderate intensity continuous training. And it's probably especially true of older adults who likely stand to gain most from exercise. So if someone is really quite deconditioned, to use a nerdy term, then even endurance training could actually get them stronger. There's also an interaction with the type of exercise. So returning to concurrent training, the jury is still probably just out, but if anything, running exercise tends to produce more interference than cycling. because running produces more exercise-induced muscle damage. It's harder to recover from. Whereas with cycling, a lot of people could do cycling alongside their resistance training, and they won't get particularly sore, and they won't notice any effects on their lower body strength. So the modality does matter too. And then with respect to the relative importance of those different types of exercise and different fitness characteristics, I'm guessing that would interact with the population in question too, and their existing risk factors, bearing in mind that some populations have, in general, slightly greater cardiovascular risk than others. And there are other factors that are environmental that can influence people's fitness. So how walkable the neighborhood is, the altitude that they live at, and so on. And that could have some bearing on the type of exercise that's best. So I don't mean to be pernickety,
Right.
but it just emphasizes the importance of bearing the individual in mind.
Yeah, I guess rowing would be a good way of doing cardio if you're not doing weights, because you're getting upper body strength as well from that. Whereas, for running, you're not going to increase your biceps.
Yeah, and as a general comment, I would say if I had to pick one type of exercise, then I think some sort of circuit-based resistance training would probably come out as the king, because that way, by choosing appropriate exercises and pairing them well, you can create quite a strong peripheral and central cardiovascular stimulus while also getting some muscle hypertrophy and some strength gains. If you choose exercise that challenge balance, then you can improve that as well. If you're training through a full range of motion, then you can build your flexibility. And you can therefore tick off all the boxes that you want to tick, build all the capacities that you want to build through a single type of resistance training. And this, I think, is part of the reason that CrossFit is so popular, because some forms of CrossFit, some CrossFit workouts are a bit like that, but it still leaves quite a lot to be desired, because I just think that they combine exercises that can be quite injurious, in particular in the face of fatigue. So I don't want to lament CrossFit by any means, but I think for people who can survive it, they do get impressively fit across the board.
Right. Yeah, I guess with CrossFit, the danger is these complex movements done to fatigue, so your risk of injury goes very high. But something like being a hybrid athlete probably is the best for longevity, being like a hybrid dad or things like that, running and doing lifting and trying to do everything to a moderate degree. But exercise is good. What about the optimal amount of exercise? Because I think we've all seen some studies indicating that insane amounts of exercise or insane amounts of volume might be actually associated with some health risks, especially ultra endurance masters athletes. They have higher rates of atherosclerotic plaque. And I've also seen a study, I think Nick also made a video about it, where a specific amount of resistance training per week, or like a lot of resistance training per week, was associated with increased mortality as well. So is there a sweet spot? Is how much exercise is beneficial, and how much is too much when we're talking about minutes per week or workouts per week? And maybe Nick can start this time.
All right. There's a number of ways to approach this. But if we put aside the specificity that you have to have depending on the person that you're talking to, so if they're untrained, if they're partly trained, depending on their goals, if they're, like you said, masters athlete, for example, is going to completely change the recommendations. But so you could answer this by like the way that the clinical organizations like the ACSM, so the American College of Sports Medicine, recommends things. So they say the bare minimum to see benefit is around 10 minutes of physical activity. So that would be the absolute bare minimum, and maybe that research will evolve. I haven't looked at it in quite a while, but they also go up to 150 minutes is kind of the overall what people should be aiming for. And I think they mentioned a person can go up to 300 minutes of exercise. Now from there, you would change the intensity as well. So if you're going to do moderate intensity, or if you're going to be doing what they call vigorous intensity. So there's a lot of variables that you can play with. How I would start out is just doing, if I'm looking at a person who's never trained before, I would start out not even in the gym, just go out for a walk or go out for something simple, low intensity, do 10, 15 minutes. And you may at the end of the week be flying up, like you're like, oh, this is so easy. And that's great. That's fantastic. From there, you just keep building from there, and just add, let's say, a 30-minute session. And then you start going into the gym once a week. So you do maybe a 30-minute session in the gym where you do resistance training for 20 minutes, and then using compound exercises. And then you might do, let's say, 10 minutes to finish things off with a little bit of like a cool down, or whatever it might be, walking, or if that's stair step or whatever it might be. And you just keep building from there. I think the point that a person will know if they are doing too much, at least from a feeling perspective, is if you start to feel really run down, if you feel there's a complete lack of energy, you have a hard time sleeping, and bear this in mind that no other variables have changed. So if your stress levels at work have increased substantially, that's something that you should consider as a potential explanation for that. But assuming that everything else in your life stays relatively the same, you're not making progress in the gym. That's another great indication. If everything else is staying the same, you just feel run down, then, scale it back. And we do this in exercise physiology and exercise programming all the time. They're called deloads. You take a week where you massively reduce the amount of exercise that you do. So let's say you started out at that very low level and you've built up to 150 minutes. Let's say you go to the gym 5 days a week and you do 30 minutes of exercise, and you're starting to feel kind of like that, you're just not that motivated, and that the actual progress isn't that great. Then it may be something that you could experiment with and just cut back to, let's say, twice a week for a week or 2 weeks, or cut down to once a week for a week or 2 weeks, or to cut down the amount of exercise that you do in each one of those sessions. So there's a lot of variables that you can play with, but ultimately, I think that just building up to where you're seeing progress on, let's say, a week or a bi-weekly basis, I think that's a great marker to aim for. And in terms of endurance athletes, I'll give it to Greg, and then we can discuss why masters or endurance athletes in general have some of these negative health effects that come from exercise.
Yeah, so I completely agree with what Nick was saying there. You got to meet people where they are. And so if you've got someone who's not doing any structured exercise at all, then initially they might do a single work set per muscle group per week. And then you would increase their training volume in particular according to their progress. There's this idea that's come up in recent years of exercise non-responders, because if you give a large group of people a standardized training program, you'll see a bell-shaped curve mapping their responses to it, with some people having very large improvements in whatever parameter you're looking at, and others not improving at all. And so then the people without the improvements got labeled as being non-responders. But some really nice subsequent research has basically shown that if you then take people who didn't respond to a training program and you increase the training volume, they do respond. And there don't seem to be any global non-responders. It could be that one person responds with a large increase in VO2 max, whereas someone else gets a large improvement in their oral glucose tolerance. With respect to government guidelines, they all basically say the same thing. They all focus on moderate to vigorous physical activity and define that according to metabolic equivalence, METs, which is just a multiple of your resting metabolic rate. So moderate activity is 3 to 5.99 times your resting metabolic rate. And that includes things like brisk walking, walking uphill, cycling gently, and so on. Whereas vigorous activity is anything done at 6 METs or higher. And so the guidelines say 150 to 300 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per day with resistance training for all major muscle groups at least twice a week. And I think that that's a perfectly appropriate starting point. But there was an analysis that came out not long ago looking at the proportion of people that actually meet those guidelines. And based on a data set including more than 3 million people, 17% of adults meet those guidelines. So most people are way short of it. And therefore, speaking about training too much is just not that relevant to many people. It might be relevant to some of the people listening to this because they'll be more interested in health and more physically active and not representative of the general population, though. With respect to doing too much, you certainly can do too much. So I spoke earlier on about analyses by people like Hannah RM showing that at the population level, more is basically better. But if we speak about individuals, then clearly people can do too much. There are various extremes of that. One is the so-called overtraining syndrome, where you push your training so hard that your performance actually starts getting worse. And it tends to be accompanied by listlessness and often overuse injuries, disrupted sleep, a predisposition to picking up upper respiratory tract infections, and so on. And on that subject, when it comes to how people respond to exercise, you tend to see nonlinear responses. A really nice example of this is work by a guy called David Neiman, who's an immunologist, who did the early work showing that when it comes to exercise training loads and upper respiratory tract infection risk, so risk of picking up the common cold, say, you see a J-shaped curve where people who are very sedentary, they have a slightly increased risk. People who do a moderate amount of activity, they have the lowest risk. And then people who do heroic volumes of exercise have a higher risk than the people who are sedentary. So you see it in immune function. And then with respect to plaque, which you mentioned, I think those data are really interesting and they're slightly hard to pass because we have to bear in mind that when it comes to looking at, say, endurance athletes and then scanning their arteries and finding calcium in their coronary arteries has been done, these people aren't just doing more exercise. They also eat differently to people in the general population. Just take an extreme example of that. Think about Michael Phelps, the Olympic swimmer. He's probably the most decorated Olympic swimmer ever. When he was at his best, his diet reportedly comprised huge volumes of junk food in order to provide the energy necessary to fuel his huge volumes of training. And so there are confounding factors that are at play, but I do think that there is a signal there. However, we have to bear in mind that when we actually look at disease risk in these people, they don't have an increased risk of cardiovascular events. Actually, they're slightly protected against them. And so you might see, say, an increase in coronary artery calcium, but they'll also have better vascular function than other people. Their blood pressure will be lower. And they'll have some other changes that are relevant to it. They'll probably have better blood sugar control and so on.
Yeah.
So the overall profile is still favorable. So I think I ticked off the different boxes that were relevant there. But Nick, I know that you teed me up to speak about that. And I think that you had some additional thoughts when it came to what I was just discussing with respect to plaque.
Yeah. From the research on the plaque development in extreme endurance athletes is exactly to your point, Greg. It's very associative in that it's difficult for them to control for a lot of these factors, especially when they don't have a massive population of people to work with in general. So these studies tend to be small, and then they have difficulty controlling for these different factors. I still think that, to use Greg's words, there's still a signal there. So there's two things that I wanted to say. One is that even though there's plaque, when they compare against, let's say, similarly aged individuals, and, with us understanding that there's confounding in there, they tend to be more calcified plaque. So it's actually more, I don't want to say beneficial, but it's just better quality plaque, as in less likely to rupture, which ultimately leads to these cardiovascular events. The second thing that I wanted to point out was that the thing that I have looked into more is the fibrotic nature around the heart that can occur from some of these ultra endurance athletes. In that scenario, they do have at least some mechanistic data to substantiate as well that if you're, I don't remember the exact signaling, but there's some sort of effect that occurs from constantly stressing the heart to a point where you have more activity of fibroblasts, these particular cells that ultimately lead to a deposition of fibrotic material in the heart, which can lead to some problems in terms of like signaling and whatnot of the heart. Again, to specifically say that that's going to be devoid of confounding factors and whatnot is really tough to say. So I think that, like Greg said, there's a signal there, but I just don't think that the research is fully fleshed out. We'll just put it that way.
I would
Yeah.
also draw. Sorry, Siim, go for it, mate.
No, I was going to say that I agree that there's quite a lot of those studies finding these ultra endurance athletes having higher plaque, but yeah, it's more stable, it's less likely to rupture, and they still have a total lower risk of cardiovascular events. So even if exercise were to be quote unquote excessive amounts of exercise being bad for you or in terms of increasing atherosclerotic plaque, it still lowers your total risk. So it's still a net positive in that sense. And like Nick said as well, there's so many other confounding variables that it would be hard to say that it's the exercise per se. Maybe it's these ultra endurance athletes that are, drinking these gels or something, sugar drinks or something like that. Maybe it's that, or eating, enormous amounts of junk food after running. So if you're doing a marathon, but you eat a ton of McDonald's after that, then maybe that's the issue. But most people are not going to reach that to begin with. So when you have this is a threshold that it becomes harmful, then most people are 100 meters away from that. They're not nearly even close to reaching that threshold where it might be harmful.
I was going to say I would be quick to draw a bright line between people, say, running marathons and ultra athletes. I've worked a bit with ultra marathon runners, ocean rowers, ultra athletes in general. They are a different breed, and their nutrition is not always stellar. They're not as professional athletes, and that's understandable given their competition and so on, as some of their counterparts who are competing in shorter events. I also think that we need some longitudinal studies on these types of people. I know that there's the cardio study, but on people following their training and then looking at how that relates to changes in the myocardium and so on. There was some really interesting work that came out not that long ago that was looking at people undergoing marathon training, and it found a loss of brain myelination. Myelin is this fatty sheath that gets wrapped around nerves that basically speeds the rate at which they can transmit electrical signals and also increases the efficiency of that. And that loss of myelination generally would be viewed as being a negative. But when the training ceased, their brain myelination seemed to recover within a couple of months. Whether that would be true of something like the heart, we don't really know. And we've known for some time that when people do these types of very high volume training programs, we see increases in markers of myocardial damage, like cardiac troponin and so on. So my guess is that it is really hard on the heart, but the question is, what's the net effect of that? And then when we look at these individuals, how do we best help them as individuals? Because someone could have a large plaque burden, but their other risk factors look good, whereas a counterpart could have that, but then meanwhile, they've got very high ApoB levels and their overall cardiac risk profile is not very favorable.
Yeah, I think it's maybe useful for people to imagine how much training these endurance athletes actually do. So, it depends on the athlete, but, typically they'll have running sessions that last 1.5 hours or 2 hours multiple times per week. So this is the type of volume that we're speaking of. So something like 10 to 20 hours of exercise per week, cardiovascular exercise. And, I shared my own workout. I do, 2 times a week of 60 minutes, so 2 hours of zone 2 cardio, which is pretty low intensity, maybe a third one if I'm, especially motivated or enjoy it more. But that's significantly less than what these actual athletes do. I've actually never, ran an endurance event that's longer than 1.5 hours. Like the longest endurance workout that I've ever had was in the military. We did a 14-kilometer run with the equipment. So it was 1.5 hours, but that's the longest I've actually ever ran in one session. So you can split it up into multiple sessions and minimize the harm. So rather than going for a 3-hour run in one workout, right, you might want to split it up into 3 1-hour workouts across the week, and you will have less potential harm. You will minimize the harm by just splitting it up and allowing some recovery in between those sessions. Now, some people might not have the time to split it up, but if you do have the time, then splitting it up into multiple workouts probably minimizes any potential long-term harm, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think there are other acute events that can take place during exercise. So focusing on plaque there, but a good example of this is when someone's heart loses its rhythm. So maybe they experience atrial fibrillation, for instance. And people who have been very physically active with high cardiorespiratory fitness, sometimes who have been very good endurance athletes or team sport athletes, have a higher risk of AFib than many of their much more sedentary counterparts. But those events are still sporadic and their overall risk profile is better. So again, I think we have to think about the long-term trajectory, but suffice to say, problems do occur when people do high volume, high intensity endurance training.
Yeah, there was one review by James O'Keefe a few years ago, 2023, I think, that looked at the biggest studies on risk of heart disease, mortality, and exercise over the last 5 or 10 years. And they found that for all-cause mortality, there was both types of exercises were beneficial and pretty linearly were associated with lower risk, but moderate intensity had a slightly bigger mortality risk reduction. So it provided more benefits, and the benefits kept going until like 900 minutes per week of moderate intensity exercise. So that's like 40 to 60% of your max heart rate. So hiking, speed walking, maybe slight jog, cycling, those kind of things. And high vigorous intensity exercise also had reduction benefits, but it was a slightly smaller, and the benefits tended to plateau much earlier. So what I remember from reading that study was that, okay, I'm going to actually, rather than trying to add more high intensity exercise to my weekly workout, I'm just going to cap it at whatever 3 times a week, 4 times a week. And the rest of the workouts, if I want to do more workouts, I'll just do moderate intensity, lower intensity physical activity just to move more. At least that was my takeaway from that study that inspired me to change some of my own routine.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. And when speaking of lifespan, then there's this common trope that athletes are super fit and healthy, but they die sooner and they're not living as long as regular people. Now, most of the longest living people don't exercise. There's super centenarians, they didn't do any exercise, but there are a few studies that Olympic athletes actually have about 5 years longer life expectancy than the general population. Now, of course, they might have more money, but Olympic athletes actually don't make that much money. But they might have some other, socioeconomic benefits. But still, even if you control for those factors, then it appears that even if you're at the Olympic level, you tend to improve your life expectancy at least a few years compared to the general population who, doesn't exercise that much. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, well, for centenarians, I do think, I mean, again, to me, we talk about exercise, but they are physically active. So I
Right.
think that's a big distinction. They may not specifically go out for a jog or whatnot, but they tend to be very active, and they tend to be strongly in social groups and doing social activities and whatnot. So I think that the physical activity aspect, if we were to focus on that, I'm sure that that is quite high, at least relative to the average, let's say, American. The overall effect that exercise has on longevity, I think in general, it tends to improve longevity, and then of course you can go into the health span differences as well. So health span, we've been talking about that essentially this whole time, that you get all these improvements in the quality of your life due to exercise. So I think that part is pretty set in stone, at least in my mind. The actual extension of your life, I think that for the average person, there's no doubt that it extends your life. I think maybe I could see an argument, although I don't really have a strong one at the moment. If you wanted to live the absolute longest possible, then potentially certain exercises may get in the way of that. But probably not the exercises themselves, but probably the habits that go around that kind of mentality. So it's tough to tease out. I think, but on average, I think that people who exercise just live longer, and they live healthier lives and typically happier lives. Not to say that it's going to cure every mental health issue or anything like that, but yeah, just on average, it's generally a benefit across the board.
Yeah, it's more like a spectrum, that the worst situation is you don't exercise, you also don't have any physical labor, you're just sedentary, right? That's the worst outcome. And on the other hand, you have this ultra endurance athlete who also eats a bad diet and is very physically stressed out because of that. And in the middle, you have anything that involves moderate amounts of exercise a few times a week, not overdoing it, and having some physical non-exercise type of activity as well, something like walking, hiking, cutting wood or something like that, that all count as a physical activity that improves. And it's generally the trend that people don't do enough of physical activity or exercise, so that generally general population would benefit from more. And it's very unlikely that they will reach this state where they're actually harming their health in most cases.
Just to go back to the Olympians for a second, I don't know how much we can read into those types of analyses for several reasons. One of them is that there's a really strong selection bias at play. So if you think about the extremes of this, take the Russian system or the Chinese system, it's basically a meat factory. You throw loads and loads of kids very early in life into very strenuous training, and the strongest survive. It's a numbers game. So the people who have managed to withstand that probably have really resilient biology. I think there's also going to be a lot of sport specificity. So to take an example, my guess is that a decathlete or a heptathlete is probably going to have a longer lifespan and health span than a super heavyweight Olympic weightlifter.
Right.
So we need to bear that in mind, because I think those types of studies, they often draw a lot of attention from the media because they're cool. People want to see what Olympians are up to and find out about the extremes of their biology. How high is this person's VO2 max? How much can that person squat? But I don't know there's that much that most people can learn. And going back to the centenarians, I've never looked actually to see if anyone systematically studied this, but my guess is that a really big contributor to their physical longevity is they probably haven't had any really disabling injuries, because you pick up a knee issue in midlife and you don't treat it well, don't go through appropriate physiotherapy and so on. And it gets worse and worse, and then you start shifting around how you load your different tissues, and then you end up with a hip problem and an ankle issue. That compounds over time in something meaningful. Whereas a lot of these people that live very long lives, they're not super fit, but they haven't knackered their joints in the process. And I think that's a really important consideration, especially for people who are getting interested in this stuff and they see people training certain ways on social media and they think, I want to be able to do that. They jump into a training program that's too much too soon. And then they hurt themselves, and we need to avoid that happening.
Mhm. Yeah, genes definitely play a huge role for both athletes and centenarians. And with centenarians, there's obviously a mix of luck as well, that you're not going to fall off the stairs or, some life event, fortunate life event. It's kind of interesting that the Joan Calment, the longest living person in history, she's from France. And, she lived through World War II, so that she was kind of lucky in that sense that she actually survived that period. I want to also talk about resistance training. So, resistance training tends to be one of those sports that can be more unhealthy as well, uh, mostly because of the other recreational drug use and diet-related things that can be harmful for overall health. And there was a few studies that Nick covered on his channel, I remember, where too much resistance training, something along the lines of over 200 minutes per week, appeared to be associated with increased mortality risk. And there was like a sweet spot. Now, the problem with these studies, is there's no standardization of, okay, how many reps, how many sets, how many rest time between the sets. So when does the time count what contributes to that weekly volume? So it's obviously not anything that you should take away as a guideline of how much weightlifting you should do, but it might again indicate a trend that perhaps too much resistance training, too much volume with weightlifting could be potentially harmful. Or it might be that you get sucked into a wormhole of like a gateway drug. First you take creatine, then you take D-bol, whatever it is. So there's obviously some implications in that realm of sports. So what was your impression of that study specifically, Nick?
Yeah. So those studies are pretty poor quality for some of the reasons that you pointed out, right? They don't have a standardized way of identifying how much resistance training was done. None of these analyses are done doing like, how many reps did you do? How much weight did you do? Can we make that relative to your body weight? Can we make that relative to something? They just look at minutes, and typically minutes is not a very exact way of measuring at least resistance training, because you don't know if a person is taking 2 minutes of rest between sets or 1 minute or 15 seconds or whatever it might be. So there's all kinds of wishy-washiness related to that data. But beyond that, the analyses too, those specific analyses that I looked at, they were simple associations. So they didn't do any sort of adjustments or anything of that nature. And even if they did, there's a lot of things you have to adjust for, and there's a high likelihood that you're missing something that could be tracking that you're just not you're not addressing. Um, and to your point, Siim, it's absolutely true that if you're getting up to that higher echelon of, oh, I exercise or I resistance train specifically 5, 6 days a week or whatever, it's possible that you're starting to tap into a population of people that are starting to take all these different these enhancers, the steroids like creatine. I'm kidding for anybody listening. I'm aware it's not. So yeah, it's certainly possible you're getting into those types of individuals. In addition, as you get into those types of individuals that are really serious and really want to pack on as much muscle as possible, you're also decreasing the amount of individuals that you can sample. So it also creates a bias in that regard. So there's bottom line is, my impression is that I wouldn't put too much stock into those studies for the time being.
Right. What about you, Greg?
Yeah, and I don't know the specific studies that you're referring to, but I completely agree. It smacks of residual confounding. So people not having adjusted statistically for all sorts of things that could confound the association. One of those being drug use, but also if people have that much time for resistance training, you have to think, what else do they have going on in their life? because we're probably speaking about middle-aged people. And we know that things like being married and having strong social connections predicts better health outcomes. And so my guess is that this would also be confounded by relative social isolation. And when you couple that with being an environment where in a spit and sawdust gym, people quickly go from the creatine to the Dianabol, it wouldn't surprise me if those are driving a lot of that association. And again, I don't think there's that much that we can take from those types of studies.
Yeah. I wonder if there would probably be some sort of a generational difference. I would imagine in the early 2000s, when these people probably started lifting weights in that study, the gym culture wasn't that mainstream. It was kind of, underground, and only the gym rats and more like hardcore bodybuilders were doing, which, there's a short pipeline to anabolic steroids from there. But nowadays, gym culture is so mainstream, and it's kind of cool or trendy to do it. Gymshark or whatever it is, the mainstream fitness brands. So nowadays, I would imagine it's actually kind of a double-edged sword, because nowadays you have these social media influencers who have normalized steroid use in fitness and bodybuilding. They actually share what they're taking and stuff like that, and a lot of young individuals are inspired by their physiques or whatever, and they're more likely to actually start using steroids as well, because in the past no one was talking about it. It was kind of considered illegal, and no one even dared to mention it. But whereas nowadays you have every third social media fitness influencer, a bodybuilder influencer is open about their steroid use and taking things. Or nowadays it's TRT. If you take TRT, you're actually natty still. But the point is that I would imagine, I would like to know, maybe in 10 years, if there is another study like this, is there any generational difference? Is it that more regular fitness people are just lifting without taking steroids and they're just doing it for the health? Or would you see that actually more and more people start to use different types of performance enhancing drugs? That would be kind of interesting to see. But bodybuilders are notorious for not living very long. So you don't see a lot of super old bodybuilders. And of course, most of the bodybuilders might die in their 40s or 50s because of too much drug use. Maybe there's also some genetic differences or problems there that increase the risk of heart disease or kidney disease or something like that. But you see every once in a while, like every few months, there's another famous bodybuilder who passed away quite young. So obviously that's with anabolic steroid use, and it doesn't imply that lifting weights naturally would be necessarily harmful. But it's just one of those sports that has this aura of dying young. And the contact sports as well are one of those things that is associated with shorter life expectancy. So boxing, MMA, those kind of things.
Yeah, I think the way I think about it is it's like a bright, powerful flame that just burns really brightly for a period of time that's much shorter than if you just had a slow ember that occurs over a long period of time.
Let's take a quick segue to the best overall performing video on the channel this year, which was about the link between height and longevity. There's a very interesting relationship between height, growth hormone, and longevity that I wanted to talk about. Let's start with one of the biggest humans in history. Andre the Giant was 7 foot 4 inches or 224 centimeters tall, who weighed 520 pounds or 236 kilos. He was a giant quite literally because of suffering from a genetic condition called gigantism that made him produce excessive amounts of growth hormone. This made him grow, and he had enormous hands and feet, which is called acromegaly. Growth hormone plays an important role in growth and development during puberty and childhood. Growth hormone stimulates the production of IGF-1 that then mediates bone growth, muscle mass, and makes you grow. How much growth hormone and IGF-1 you're exposed to during development determines your overall height. How you respond to this surge is influenced by genetics and childhood nutrition. However, how much growth hormone and IGF-1 you're exposed to during developmental years has also been seen to determine the organism's lifespan, and producing less growth hormone results in longer life in mice. In humans, acromegaly is associated with a higher risk of cancer, heart disease, and overall mortality. people with acromegaly have a twofold higher mortality risk compared to the general population. Andre didn't live for very long. He died at the age of 46 to congestive heart failure due to his enlarged heart from acromegaly called cardiomegaly. There's also the opposite condition of insufficient growth hormone and IGF-1 production during developmental years, which is called Laronne syndrome. People with Laronne syndrome live average lifespans 70 to 80 years, but they have a much lower risk of cancer and diabetes than the general population because of low IGF-1 levels. So you have this very interesting situation where people with excessive growth hormone production live shorter and they get more chronic diseases, especially cancer and heart failure, whereas people with less growth hormone production or insufficient growth hormone production live longer and they have less chronic diseases, especially cancer. When it comes to animals, then larger animals like whales and humans typically live longer than shorter animals like mice and dogs. However, smaller individuals within species live longer than larger individuals of that species. For example, smaller dogs live twice as long as large dogs. While a Great Dane's life expectancy is 6 to 8 years, a Chihuahua's is 10 to 18 years. Larger dogs are also more prone to most of the chronic diseases, especially cancer and osteoporosis. But what about humans? Is there any evidence that being shorter and smaller in body weight is beneficial for longevity in humans? In the past, height was a good indicator of socioeconomic status and better living conditions, resulting in longer life. This Spanish study saw that in the years 1835 to 1869, men over 170 centimeters or 5 foot 7 inches lived 7.6 years longer than men shorter than 160 centimeters or 5 foot 3 inches, because height was determined by socioeconomic status and living conditions. The difference in life expectancy disappeared in those born between 1900 to 1939. Mostly because living standards and medical care improved for everyone. This 2002 study on baseball players saw that shorter individuals lived longer, even though everyone's life expectancy had increased since the beginning of the 20th century. As you can see, the shortest baseball players, 162 centimeters or 64 inches, lived longer than those who were 193 centimeters or 76 inches in the early 20th century as well as in the end of the 20th century. Keep in mind that these are all baseball players, and they should have the same access to medical care and finances. There's also a study on US veterans that saw that men who were less than 175.3 centimeters, less than 5 foot 8, lived 4.95 years longer than taller men. Men shorter than 170.2 centimeters, less than 5 foot 6, lived 7.46 years longer than men over the height of 182.9 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Men who weighed less than 63.6 kilograms, less than 140 pounds, also lived 7.72 years longer than men who weighed over 90.9 kilograms, over 200 pounds. So yes, there does appear to be an association between height and longevity in humans, with people who are shorter than 175 centimeters living longer than people who are taller than that. The reason for that is thought to be because of the association between IGF-1 levels and growth hormone during developmental years. If you produce less IGF-1 and growth hormone during development, you will be shorter. Now, there are medical ways to counteract that. Children can get growth hormone to grow taller if they show signs that they're not producing enough growth hormone. Lionel Messi is one example of that. But based on the evidence, people who are shorter live longer than the taller individuals. This phenomenon is called antagonistic pleiotropy. What enhances fitness early in life may have harmful effects on lifespan later in life and vice versa. Growth hormone and IGF-1 support growth and proper development early in life. But later in life, they increase the risk of cancer and mortality. The reason antagonistic pleiotropy exists is because evolution doesn't care how long you live. It doesn't care about your maximum lifespan. Evolution only cares about short-term reproductive success, so you can carry on your genes to the next generation. That's why what favors short-term survival in the reproductive years and developmental years might not necessarily be optimal for maximum lifespan. There is evidence for antagonistic pleiotropy in humans as well. This study on 276,000 UK individuals saw that individuals with higher polygenetic scores for reproduction have lower survivorships to age 76. Basically, people with higher genetic reproductive traits are less likely to survive until the age of 76. Those with a low score are the most likely to live past 76, at least in this cohort of people. Now, the practical takeaway of this is limited because you can't control your genetics and you can't control your height past your reproductive years. But there might be a lesson you can take away regarding IGF-1 and your risk of mortality. IGF-1 has an element of antagonistic pleiotropy because it supports growth during puberty and development, but it can increase the risk of cancer later in life. IGF-1 peaks in puberty and declines with age, but high IGF-1 later in life is associated with cancer, heart disease, and a higher risk of mortality. What it means is that very high IGF-1 levels throughout your life might shorten your lifespan and increase the risk of cancer. Indeed, high IGF-1 levels in the general population have been seen to be associated with a higher risk of cancer, heart disease, and all-cause mortality. However, the relationship is U-shaped, with both low and high levels being associated with increased risk. The lowest risk for cancer, cardiovascular disease, and all-cause mortality is seen at 120 to 160 nanograms per milliliter, based on a 2023 meta-analysis. The reason high IGF-1 levels are associated with increased mortality is mostly because of increased risk of cancer. Remember Laron syndrome. These people have genetically very low IGF-1, and they virtually have no cancer or diabetes. The reason why low IGF-1 below 100 nanograms per milliliter is seen to be associated with increased mortality is because of frailty, sarcopenia, and bone fractures, because IGF-1 is needed for bone growth. Low IGF-1 is also often the result of malnutrition or low protein intake, which results in low bone density and low muscle mass. This again increases the risk of frailty and fractures. Another problem is that low IGF-1 might also increase the risk of neurodegeneration, as IGF-1 is needed for neuronal growth. In humans, low IGF-1 levels at below 110 nanograms per milliliter have been seen to be associated with an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease, compared to IGF-1 between 120 to 170 nanograms per milliliter. However, low IGF-1 below 100 nanograms per milliliter is seen to predict exceptional longevity in humans and reaching your 90s, especially in those with a history of cancer. Centenarians, those who live over 100, have been seen to have a mean IGF-1 of only 64 nanograms per milliliter, which is very low. However, their IGF-1 might be low because they're 100 years old, as IGF-1 declines with age, so it might be a survivorship bias. Alright, let's make a quick overview. Lower IGF-1 during development tends to result in longer life expectancy in animals. Very tall humans live shorter than less tall humans. Being extremely tall and extremely short both aren't optimal, but moderate height and moderate weight appear to be associated with the longest life expectancy. Low IGF-1 appears to predict greater survival in humans over the age of 90. Low IGF-1 might increase the risk of neurodegeneration later in life, but it's not clear if these effects can be avoided by avoiding malnutrition. As I said earlier, the practical takeaway is limited because you can't control your height and you can't control your genes, but you can control your IGF-1 levels, which is a risk factor for heart disease, cancer, and all-cause mortality. IGF-1 levels are higher during youth and early adulthood at around 200 to 400 nanograms per milliliter, and they decrease the older you get, which is technically a good thing for antagonistic pleiotropy. At age 40 to 60, average IGF-1 levels are around 150 to 250 nanograms per milliliter, and they drop to 100 to 200 at the age of 70 to 80. As we saw from the 2023 meta-analysis, the lowest risk of cancer and overall mortality is seen at an IGF-1 of 100 to 120 nanograms per milliliter. However, the optimal IGF-1 for longevity might be even below 100, as long as you're not malnourished, you have adequate bone density, and adequate muscle mass. I've had somewhat low IGF-1 levels for as long as I've measured it over the last 8 years, around 100 nanograms per milliliter. My last result in January was 94 nanograms per milliliter, and the lowest it's been has been 78 nanograms per milliliter. Based on observational studies, an IGF-1 below 100 would put me in the higher risk category, but based on the centenarian data, that IGF-1 would be beneficial for longevity. Having low IGF-1 might reduce my risk of cancer based on the studies. And I do prioritize that because I have a family history of cancer. But it might increase the risk of dementia later in life, we don't know. In my opinion, the increased mortality seen from low IGF-1 comes from frailty and malnutrition, which I don't have a problem with. I have significantly higher muscle mass, muscle strength, and bone density than average people in my age group. I'm also not super tall or heavy. 177 centimeters and 78 to 82 kilograms, which isn't the lowest risk category for height, but it's in the middle. Why do I have lower IGF-1? Maybe it's genetics, because like I said, it's always been around 100. But there are some lifestyle factors that do lower IGF-1. I maintain a lower body fat percentage. I stay around 10% body fat year round. I don't overeat calories. I eat about 2,000 to 2,500 calories. I don't eat an enormous amount of protein, 1.6 grams per kilogram or 130 grams for me. However, my IGF-1 has been around 100 even when I was eating 200 grams of protein in the past. Time-restricted eating and intermittent fasting lower IGF-1 because you're spending more time in a fasted state that lowers IGF-1. And lastly, I have optimal blood sugar levels and insulin sensitivity thanks to exercise. High blood sugar raises IGF-1. So, in my opinion, an IGF-1 around 100 is optimal for longevity, as long as you avoid malnutrition, as long as you avoid low muscle mass and low bone density. It certainly appears to be optimal for minimizing the risk of cancer. I want to take a quick break to let you know that my school community with me and my wife is now live. It's called U-Span Society, and it teaches you how to look and feel younger. Both me and Inka have reached top 1% of health with our biomarkers, and we can teach you to accomplish the same, because we've already coached over 500 individuals. Here's what's inside our school community. 12 plus hours of video content about reversing signs of aging and becoming healthier. We're adding new content every week and every month. Video courses on nutrition, skincare, fitness, sleep, biomarkers, and much more. New courses are added every month. Bi-weekly live Q&A calls with us, where we answer your questions about your U-Span journey. An in-depth overview of our own health protocols that helped us to reach top 1% health. Community posts and discussions where you can get feedback and help regarding your progress. Full workout plans and meal plans that are updated regularly. Step-by-step walkthroughs of workouts, skincare, nutrition, and daily routines. And a WhatsApp group for daily tips and inspiration. Check out the link in the description or search for U-Span Society on school.com. School with a K. And I also want to bring up another underrated video that didn't get as many views that I think it deserved. It's about the importance of testing Lp(a) for assessing your genetic risk for heart disease. Heart disease is the #1 killer in the world that kills about 33% of people. However, up to 80% of heart disease is preventable. But there's one biomarker that's one of the biggest predictors of heart disease, and it's genetically determined. You could be walking around every day with dangerously high levels of this biomarker and increase your risk of heart disease in 10 to 50 years. It's called Lp(a) or lipoprotein(a). Lp(a) is a low-density lipoprotein that contains another atherogenic apolipoprotein called ApoB, as well as ApoA. Lp(a) is the strongest genetically determined atherogenic lipoprotein, with 90% of Lp(a) levels being explained by a single gene called LPA. Lp(a) levels can vary 1,000-fold between people, ranging from close to 0 to 300 milligrams per deciliter. Lp(a) below 50 milligrams per deciliter is considered to be normal, but anything above 8 is already linked to a higher risk of heart disease. A 2021 UK Biobank study among 460,000 subjects discovered a linear increase in atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk after an Lp(a) concentration of 8 milligrams per deciliter. Basically, the higher the Lp(a) levels, the higher the risk of developing heart disease, and the lowest risk is below 8 milligrams per deciliter. At Lp(a) of 40 milligrams per deciliter, the risk increases by 20%, at 100 milligrams by 50%, and at 160 milligrams by up to 100%. I've measured my own Lp(a) levels, and they're fortunately 2.1 milligram per deciliter. That's pretty much as low risk as you can have. I do have some heart disease in my family history, so I'm not going to take any chances, and I take preventive health quite seriously. But I've also seen dozens of people and their blood work, and they have Lp(a) levels in the 50s and even 150s. That's quite unfortunate because it's mostly genetically determined. But fortunately, there are some ways to lower Lp(a) levels slightly and reduce your total risk of heart disease, which I'm going to cover shortly. But the most important takeaway is that you should measure your Lp(a) levels at least once in your life to see where is your genetic set point. Lp(a) isn't part of the standard lipid panel, and most family doctors don't measure Lp(a) at all. That's because Lp(a) testing costs about $50, which is several times more expensive than regular cholesterol. However, you don't have to measure Lp(a) that often. But if you do measure Lp(a) and it's higher than what's optimal, then at least you know where is your genetic risk. And based on that information, you can focus a lot on the other biomarkers and be more aggressive in reducing your total risk of heart disease. Because if you have high Lp(a), you're at baseline at a higher risk. So it's more important to reduce the other risk factors. Having high Lp(a) doesn't mean you're going to get a heart attack. You might never even get heart disease, but it does mean that your baseline risk is higher compared to someone who has a lower Lp(a) with everything else being equal. Alright, now that we've established that the optimal Lp(a) levels are below 8 milligrams per deciliter, how do you go about lowering your levels? It's been seen that food doesn't affect Lp(a) levels that much, but higher levels of CRP that reflects inflammation does. This means that if you have high CRP levels, your Lp(a) levels are also going to be slightly higher. So lowering your CRP and inflammation can also lower your Lp(a) levels. So how do you do that? Losing weight and achieving a lower body fat percentage will lower CRP, because extra body fat promotes inflammation. For women, the optimal range is 18 to 35%, and for men, less than 15%. Having less visceral fat is more important for inflammation than subcutaneous fat. Visceral fat is around the organs, and it secretes pro-inflammatory cytokines. If you have a high waist circumference, then you have more visceral fat. For men, the optimal waist circumference is less than 90 centimeters, and for women, less than 70 centimeters. For the optimal ways to lower visceral fat, check out my recent video. Improving overall metabolic health will lower your CRP levels and also lower your visceral fat levels. This means having lower blood sugar, better insulin sensitivity, and also lower triglycerides. I have perfect blood sugar while eating 300 grams of carbs a day, so you don't have to be on a low-carb diet to achieve this. Just exercise, sleep enough, and lose the visceral fat. There are some supplements that have also been shown to lower CRP, such as glycine and NAC, melatonin, astaxanthin, curcumin, magnesium, taurine, and ginger. They've also been seen to improve metabolic health. When it comes to actual diet patterns, then it's been seen that a plant-based diet can lower Lp(a) levels and other atherogenic lipoproteins like ApoB within 4 weeks. Lp(a) levels can decrease by up to 32 nanomoles per liter, which is the equivalent to 13.4 milligrams per deciliter. That's quite a large reduction. The effects of different types of fats on Lp(a) levels are somewhat mixed. Some studies find that saturated fat reduces Lp(a) levels, whereas others that it increases it. So it appears that genetics is a big component to how your body responds to different type of fat intake, especially when it comes to Lp(a) levels. So in my opinion, the most important thing is to just measure your Lp(a) and see how your body responds. This 2024 review of 33 clinical trials on the topic concluded that a generally healthy diet, rich in unsaturated fats, regular exercise, and weight management is recommended to reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases. So you should just try to be as healthy of a person as you can, and try to optimize all the other biomarkers as well, such as your blood pressure, your body weight, waist circumference, VO2 max, blood sugar, inflammation, and all the other lipids. What about pharmaceuticals? There are some pharmaceuticals that can lower Lp(a) levels. The most potent drugs for that are PCSK9 inhibitors that can do so by 25%. PCSK9 inhibitors are a subcutaneous injection that you inject every 2 weeks. In patients with established heart disease, PCSK9 inhibitors were able to reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease outcomes by 23% in people with an Lp(a) level over 15 milligrams per deciliter, and by 7% in those with less than 15 milligrams per deciliter. So PCSK9 inhibitors are more effective in people who have high Lp(a) levels, over 15 milligrams per deciliter. The challenge with PCSK9 inhibitors is their cost. The annual cost of PCSK9 inhibitors is up to $5,000, which is quite a lot. That's up to 10 times higher than other lipid-lowering drugs. There's also something called lipoprotein apheresis that's been seen to lower Lp(a) by up to 86%. It involves taking out your blood and removing the lipoproteins from the blood physically. However, it costs around $2,500 per session, and you would need to do it regularly to see a long-term effect. Overall, the most important takeaway is to measure your Lp(a) levels at least once to see where your genetic baseline is at. With that information, you can make educated decisions about managing the other risk factors for heart disease. Continuing on with sleep. Now, to be honest, there's not much that we could talk about sleep, but this year I had a few videos that brought up the link between circadian clock dysfunction and overall aging. And this year, the idea of circadian clock dysfunction being linked to aging became more and more popular in the scientific community as well. And who's the best person to talk about this? Well, it's Greg Potter. And maybe we can start with, so many people might have an understanding of what are the circadian rhythms and what do they do, but how do they actually relate to aging, and how does this, what could possibly go wrong during aging that it would actually contribute, or it could be characterized as a hallmark of aging?
I think we should probably take a step back first and think about the hallmarks of aging and how those were developed, what they are, and whether we should be thinking through the lens of the hallmarks of aging. So do you mind if I just backtrack and briefly touch on those?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
I think many listeners will be familiar with what they are, but they were put forward about 15 years ago nearly now. And I think a lot of that was inspired by this Hallmarks of Cancer paper that came out in 2000. And the idea behind them is that these are drivers of aging. And so if that's the case, then if you amplify them, you should be able to accelerate aging. If you dial them down, you should be able to retard aging. And also, one of the ideas is that they're conserved across different organisms. So
they might accelerate aging in mice and humans, and roundworms and fruit flies and various different model organisms that are used to assess human aging, recognizing that it's hard to actually work out what's driving aging in people because we live such a long time. So the way that they were first developed was basically just by way of a narrative review. It was a group of scientists with particular interests, and the hallmarks that were proposed largely mapped to the interests of those scientists. And you can kind of trace the hallmarks to the individuals that contributed to the paper. And they're a good first approximation, but we need to bear in mind they weren't identified by any sort of systematic, unbiased process. They've been added to over time. So a few years ago, they were updated, and there were 3 more that were added. Others have put forward some other hallmarks, such as changes in the extracellular matrix, changes in RNA splicing. And I mention all of this just because people nowadays are so focused on the hallmarks of aging. And I think many scientists feel that if they're going to get a grant proposal funded, then they have to frame things in the light of the hallmarks of aging. But really, the actual foundations that those are based on are somewhat shaky. So let's just bear that in mind, and also consider that these are biological processes that I think do contribute to aging. And I think the evidence behind some of them is much stronger than others. So the body of evidence supporting the idea that chronic inflammation or genomic instability are drivers of aging is very strong. But for some of the others, I think it's less strong, and some of them are impressively vague too. So one of them being altered intercellular communication, which can span massive timescales. And we could be speaking about communication between cells locally, so paracrine mechanisms, or systemically over longer periods. So that might include hormones. And therefore, I don't actually think that they're all that helpful when it comes to trying to improve aging. And also they have network-like properties. So for the most part, if you address one node in the network, other things will respond to that. Some other things that we should be considering, I think, include the fact that there are some age-related phenotypic changes that we're all interested in. Some of those are very obvious to the eye: skin wrinkling, loss of hair, hair graying, that type of thing. And some of the model organisms that are used to assess whether interventions influence these hallmarks of aging use models that don't actually recapitulate these types of age-related changes. And trying to translate research from, say, mice to people often doesn't work very well. If you look at mice, for instance, and people will hold up something like the interventions testing program as some sort of gold standard way of identifying whether a nutraceutical or a drug affects aging by looking at lifespan in mice. When it comes to mice, about 70% of their deaths are due to cancer. But in people, if you look at the top 5 causes of mortality, then cancer isn't one of them. So there's that limitation too. So let's not overinterpret the hallmarks of aging, just as a general starting point.
Yeah. For me, I'll comment that, in my opinion, the hallmarks are more like this, the outcome of aging, more like the characteristics of aging that happen due to the aging process. So as you get older, you see a decline in health due to the aging process. We don't necessarily know what is the cause of aging. Obviously, it's a natural process in of itself. But the hallmarks are more like the outcomes of what happens during this process. So like an 80-year-old person, they're generally going to have, worse microbiome, lower autophagy, worse mitochondrial function, higher inflammation, more circadian clock dysfunction, etc., than a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old even. So it's just the natural, more like the reflection of aging that happens over the course of decades. And it's arguable whether or not targeting those hallmarks would, let's say, fix aging, or it's obviously not going to reverse it. It might, let's say, slow it down, because people who have better inflammation, better mitochondrial function in their 80s. You can see a very healthy and fit 80-year-old and a very sick 80-year-old. They probably have huge difference in their mitochondrial function and huge difference in their inflammation status, and even the intracellular this communication as well. So you can probably see that, okay, healthier people tend to have better outcomes when it comes to these hallmarks. And I agree that it's not the actual, let's say, cause of aging or a driver of aging. Is more like the outcome of the aging process. So I guess it's something that might improve health span, but it's not going to dramatically reverse aging or make people live to 200 years old.
Yeah. And just to add a few more things in the mix. One is that I think each of the hallmarks is probably of varying importance between people and in different tissues. So if you take a very energetically costly tissue, like the brain or the heart, then I would guess that mitochondrial dysfunction might be a relatively more important hallmark than some of the others. Another is that I do think trying to identify what the drivers of aging are is, of course, very helpful. And the geroscience hypothesis holds that if we can slow the aging process, then we can basically ward off a bunch of age-related diseases at the same time, which I think is a noble goal. But actually trying to disentangle the process of aging from people passing away due to disease is really hard. And I don't honestly think that we've got a good handle on that at the moment. And it could be that a lot of the candidate gerotherapeutics or geroprotectors are actually just primarily affecting some disease processes that are common to several different morbidities. And just as one final comment, I like the fact that the World Health Organization a few years ago put forward the focus on so-called intrinsic capacities as being important to healthy aging. And these capacities include things such as physical strength, cardiorespiratory fitness, cognitive functions, whether that's working memory or attention, so on. And I realized that preaching to the converted here, Siim, because this is something that you discuss on a regular basis, but I just want to set that background. And so against that, I suggested that loss of clock function is a hallmark of aging based on various different premises. And I'll just superficially go over some of these because we can get into the weeds later if you like. One of them is that if you tamper with the clock, then it affects the rate at which organisms seem to age. And often people look at lifespan as a proxy of this. It's not a perfect proxy by any means, but you can tamper with the clock in different ways. So one of those would be endogenously. For example, you can induce manipulations of the genetics of animals. And there's a core clock that exists in all nucleated cells. It comprises a feedback loop that produces rhythmic changes in gene expression, hence protein products over the course of a 24-hour day, in order to temporarily separate processes. So when to build things, when to break them down, and so on. And you can nullify some of those core clock proteins in animals. And when you do that and you basically knock out clock, which is one of these genes, or BMAL1, it's been done with some others too, then animals do tend to live shorter lives. And they also get some of those age-related phenotypes that I mentioned earlier. So in the case of BMAL1 knockout, you get things like sarcopenia and accelerated hair loss. So we've got that type of endogenous disruption. And some of that is relevant to certain people because some people might have mutations of some clock genes that produce unusual circadian phenotypes. So maybe they're very early birds or night owls, for example, or maybe they struggle to entrain to the 24-hour light-dark cycle. Another type of endogenous disruption would be someone who has blindness and they don't have functional photoreceptors in the retina. And that means that they can't synchronize their master clock in the brain to the light-dark cycle. And so they run free, and it means that they're only actually aligned with the world around the minority of the time, and the rest of the time they're just drifting across the day. And then you also have exogenous disruption to the clock. And so here at the level of the population, we can think about things like shift work, where someone is trying to synchronize their clockwork to a new schedule. And as a result, they're exposed to variations in the light dark cycle when they're eating, when they're fasting, when they're physically active, the time cues that help set their clocks. And that can lead to internal disorganization within the circadian system, which we can think of as being internal misalignment, external misalignment being where your body's clockwork isn't synchronized with the world around you, internal being where the clocks within you aren't all set to the same time because they seem to entrain different stimuli at different rates. So when we look at humans and some of those forms of circadian disruption, which span quite a large range of how strenuous they are. So at the least strenuous end of the spectrum, we have things like people who live in different parts of the same time zone. And if you look at the epidemiology, then there's some evidence, it's not that strong, but there is a signal that people that live in the west of a time zone have slightly higher rates of cancer than people who live in the east of a time zone, which presumably is because their sleep follows the sun somewhat and they end up losing a little bit of sleep in response to that. Another example is people who are exposed to artificial light at night, which again seems to associate with cancer. And there's quite a lot of work looking at breast cancer specifically. And some people think that that relates to melatonin. And that has important roles in the circadian system, but obviously has many other effects too, as an antioxidant and so on. And I know that's something that you discussed at length, Siim.
Yeah.
In terms of more strenuous disruption, we can then start to think about the far end of the spectrum, which would be something like regular jet lag. So maybe someone's working as a flight attendant, or shift work. And shift work differs hugely in how hard a given schedule is. So some schedules aren't too bad, particularly if they're enforced with consideration of someone's chronotype, whether they're an early bird or a night owl, recognizing that early birds are really going to struggle with night shift, night owls are really going to struggle with an early morning shift. But shift work can be really hard on the circadian system. And one of the difficulties here is just that we're not just speaking about circadian disruption. If you think about shift workers, there are all sorts of other stresses that come with that. Everything from maintaining relationships with loved ones to financial stress in general. Shift working roles aren't quite so well paid as non-shift working roles, just as an example. And they also tend to have lower quality sleep and sleep slightly less. They also probably abuse alcohol a little bit more and might have slightly less healthy lifestyles in general, which probably relates in part to both the circadian misalignment and the sleep loss. So we need to bear that in mind. But if we look at shift work, then meta-analyses have shown that that associates with increased risk of various different diseases. So everything from some heart diseases to, when I say some heart disease, I mean some cardiovascular diseases, which include stroke, to some problems with mood regulation, so disposition to anxiety and depression, and various different metabolic disorders, such as the metabolic syndrome. And so that is another clue that disrupting the clock is contributing to accelerated aging, some of which is probably driven by this increased risk of chronic disease. The flip side of this is that if you improve clock function, then you should be able to retard aging. And this has been less well studied, but there is some evidence in that direction. I would call it preliminary, but it's certainly intriguing. I realize I've already given quite a long answer, so I'll pause there, see in case there's anything you want to pick up on.
Maybe we can talk about as well. So these clocks, our body has these different circadian clocks. It's said that each organ and each cell has its own circadian clock that is connected to the master clock inside the brain, that is kind of the master coordinator of all these different clocks. And these clocks, they control a lot of different functions in your body, related to hormones, body temperature, even physical performance, alertness, sleep cycles, etc. So, and I guess my question is, why do these circadian clocks then affect aging if they become more dysfunctional or worn down? Is it that, like, let's say with heart or brain, with age you see the accumulation of plaque and let's say that damage to the organ itself that then leads to a higher risk of Alzheimer's and heart disease, etc. But these clocks aren't necessarily like organs. If I understand it correctly, they're not organs per se, but every organ has its own clock. So what does the clock dysfunction do? Does it lead, obviously all the hormones are interconnected, that clock dysfunction increases mitochondrial dysfunction and increases inflammation and all those things are like that. But is there anything specific the clock dysfunction does? So why does a clock dysfunction lead to a higher risk of cancer and heart disease and diabetes?
Well, I think it's what you're alluding to, which is dysregulation of everything that the clock affects. And so there are different ways that you can consider this. But one way would be, for example, to look at certain pathways that the clock influences. So if you look within cells, you've got this transcriptional, translational feedback loop that produces rhythmic changes in certain proteins. And those proteins are transcription factors. Transcription factors are proteins that affect the expression of other genes and therefore their protein products. And so you've got this loop which is producing these fluctuating levels of proteins, but then those are producing fluctuating levels of all sorts of other proteins that then influence everything from inflammation to nutrient sensing and so on. And they do so on a cell by cell basis. So we're speaking about an emergent phenomenon, something that begins at the level of the cell, actually probably a smaller level than that, and then has these cascading effects influencing biology at large. And so we could speak about specific examples, like if you're talking about some of the genes that have been implicated in accelerating aging, and so those would include mTOR, for instance, and insulin-like growth factor 1, then the clock affects the expression of those genes. And so it could be that it's causing dysregulation of when those are turned on and when those are turned off. And then over time, that's contributing to issues. If you think about some putatively anti-aging genes, which might include things like FOXO and AMPK and SIR2 and 1, then again, that transcriptional translational feedback loop is affecting the levels of those proteins too. And interestingly, in both instances, many of those feed back into the clock. And so you can either have a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle. But the flip side of that is what I mentioned earlier, and that is that if you improve the function of some of those molecular clocks, then you might be able to ward off aging. And I realized that one thing I didn't mention earlier, Siim, that you asked about initially, is some of those age-related changes in the clock. And we see that across many different levels of organization. So it could be that you're looking at individual cells and those gene expression profiles, and you can see a reduced amplitude of the expression levels of certain genes over the course of the day. But also we see that at the level of physiology. So many hormones have dampened rhythms during aging, like melatonin, but others too. And then in terms of things like core body temperature, which affects all sorts of things, including physical function and rest activity rhythm. So when people are awake and when they're asleep. And I think a lot of this ultimately is driven by some of those molecular changes that I mentioned, but clearly trying to disentangle exactly what's causing what is enormously complicated, because we're talking about the effects of the interactions of these tiny clocks and cells throughout your body. And so I recognized in some ways my answer is probably quite unsatisfactory, but I think that's the reality of it.
Yeah, that's true. And you mentioned the melatonin levels decline with age. So is this like the outcome of this circadian clock dysfunction that happens during age, because older people they see this flatlining of a lot of these hormones like cortisol and melatonin, so they don't have this big amplitude. Is this then the main outcome of circadian clock dysfunction?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's the main outcome, but I do think that it's a product of dysfunction in some of the organs that are producing those hormones. And then that dysfunction is driven by some of those molecular changes that I mentioned. So in the case of melatonin, most melatonin is produced by the pineal gland in the brain. In the case of cortisol, we're speaking mostly about the adrenal cortex. And so really, I think some of that reflects what's going on within those specific tissues. And something that we're learning is that organs seem to age at different rates. Again, there are all sorts of issues that are tied up within that. But if that's the case, then it could be that someone who has accelerated aging within the adrenal glands might experience greater dysregulation of levels of some corticosteroids, for instance, whereas maybe their adipose tissue is aging at a slower rate and they have less dysregulation of some adipokines and adipose-derived hormones like leptin and so on. So again, I don't know if that's satisfactory, but
what things then promote this circadian clock dysfunction? Part of it is natural aging. We don't know the background mechanism of aging, the kind of root cause of aging. But I would imagine things like bad lifestyle, obesity, you mentioned jet lag, circadian disruption, shift work, etc. They all speed up the deterioration of these clocks, and living a more circadian aligned lifestyle that, following the natural day and night cycles and not having a lot of artificial light at night, those would presumably maintain this clock function for longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can look now to experimental studies where people have manipulated some of those time cues that help set those clocks. The main ones being the light dark cycle for the master clock in the brain. Nutrition is probably something of a time cue for many of the peripheral clocks outside of that central clock, in particular clocks that are involved in things like digestion and metabolism. So think about the gut and the liver and pancreas and some of those tissues. And then physical activity, which does seem to affect the timing of the master clock in the brain a little bit, but it's probably relatively more important for some of the clocks that are contributing to function in relevant tasks like skeletal muscles and bone tissue and so on. And what we see in experimental misalignment studies where there's a behavioral cycle that's enforced that people can't synchronize their clocks to. So often these studies will use something called forced desynchrony, which might entail a 28-hour day, and the human circadian system can't adapt to that. 4-hour deviation from 24 hours is just too much. And so within about 3 of these cycles, 28, 28, 28, people are now awake and eating and active at precisely the time when their clocks are promoting rest and sleep and recovery. And within those studies, very quickly, all sorts of things go wrong. So you see everything from disruption to various different hormone rhythms, changes in the relationships between their phases, to change in cardiovascular function. A lot of people who are previously normoglycemics, had good blood sugar control, temporarily become pre-diabetic. And the effects seem to accumulate. So there hasn't been much long-term research on this type of experimental paradigm because it's just so hard for people to stick to. But there is some evidence that the negative effects do accumulate, and then you start to see some markers of actual organ dysfunction relatively quickly. And so some of the circadian dysfunction that we're seeing with age, I think, is actually a product of cumulative disruption to the circadian system because of irregular time cue exposures. And that could be irregular light dark cycles, irregular meal timing, irregular physical activity timing. There are probably some other things that do affect some of those clocks too. Certainly, I think some medications do. And given that food does, some of the substances within food likely do as well.
And interestingly, some of the candidate gerotherapeutics, while most haven't been studied in this context, do seem to affect the molecular clock. So good early example of this is the polyamines, spermidine being one of those, and something that many people are interested in nowadays. Some of the early work showed that as mice age, you see characteristic change in their rest activity rhythms. In the case of mice, their rest activity cycles actually lengthen, whereas in the case of humans, they tend to shorten. That's why we become earlier and earlier birds as we get older. And the mice also have characteristic changes in the rhythms of polyamines, spermidine, spermine, and putrescine in the blood. When you supplement them with polyamines like spermidine, you restore the normal levels of those in the blood and their normal daily variation, but also their rest activity rhythms tend to shorten. And so they look more and more like young mice. And so given that John Hoganesh was the first person to show this, it seems that the huge majority, over 80% of FDA-approved drugs, have targets that are regulated by the circadian system. Many of the anti-aging interventions that people are very interested in, this is certainly true of calorie restriction, but it's probably also true of some drugs and supplements, are targeting the circadian clock. It's just that they actually haven't been studied in that context. Only a few have, and spermidine is one of those.
Lastly, we have Dr. Alexis Ortega talk about some of the strategies he uses in his clinic to improve skin and aging.
So like what kind of cleanser would you like? What types of cleansers are there out there? Is it like you could use regular soap or regular water or
this is one of the usually three basic products that I give on my first consultation. It has to be soap. It would be a liquid soap, and it doesn't have to be a neutral pH, because the theory that skin has a pH of 5.5, that's, in my opinion, obsolete. And that's what the cosmetic industry still recommends in general terms. But you will find a few products that don't necessarily have to be designed for the face, but which adjust much better to what skin needs. If you take a quick look at to the literature, you will see that human skin in most studies have shown an average pH of 4.5 to 4.7, which is much more acidic than 5.5. On the other hand, the cosmetic industry calls 5.5 neutral pH, but from my chemistry lessons, I remember that the neutral pH was 7. 5.5 would be considered the ideal pH for a perfect skin, which nobody has. So we should aim for a lower pH. And additionally to that, we must factor in that running water in most Western countries has a pH of 8 to 9. So even if you apply a 5.5 to your perfect skin, you won't be getting a 5.5 when you mix it with water. So to my experience, what works very well to regulate both dry and greasy skins is pH, a soap with a pH from 3 to 4, much more acidic. But we already have those in the markets. For example, most baby soaps and most intimate gels. And they're designed for skins that are not, for skin and for mucous membranes, and skins that are not fully mature, that don't have a thick protective layer. So in order for us to not irritate the skin, we must use these type of soaps. And there's a few that I recommend, a few brands that I recommend, which are not either intimate gels or baby gels, but anybody who listens to us could use one of those and would see the difference after a while in terms of not feeling their skin dry after cleaning it, and seeing the pores reduce in size and feeling the skin more hydrated during the day. So reducing the need of applying moisturizers.
Yeah, that's very good. Good to know. Yeah, like I guess like the three-in-one shampoo might not be the best option for that to wash your face with.
That's the most popular product among men, I
Yeah,
think. We like to keep it simple.
right.
But actually, these soaps can be used for the scalp as well.
Mm.
It won't dry an already dry scalp. So that's a general recommendation for everyone. Try a gentle acidic pH from 3 to 4 every night, and try it for at least 1 month, and you'll see the difference.
What about like some of these scrubbers, like some sort of scrubbing powder or something for the skin?
Well, that brings me to the second product that I give as part of the skincare routine, which are retinoid creams. If you're using any of those, don't scrub at all. So scrubbing is only going to remove the outer layers of the epidermis, which are dead layers, and those layers are already removed by retinol, tretinoin, or any form of retinoid. Even glycolic acid or salicylic acid will remove them partially. So you shouldn't be using those. What I tell my patients is treat your skin like you would treat a baby skin, okay? Because we're going to take it closer to that than to an adult aged skin. So scrubs, if you do them, only use them in the body and in the areas that tend to accumulate more dead skin, like your elbows, for example, but don't use them on your face. Better to use a soft sponge. You can use the classic marine sponge, and that's going to work well.
Yeah. Before we move on with the next steps, sunscreen. So you mentioned that's like one of the foundational things to do to protect your skin from aging. And there's a lot of like conflicting opinions about sunscreen. So yeah, obviously, I think it's irrefutable that the sun does accelerate skin aging. Whether or not it's going to be like inherently bad for your maximum lifespan or something, that's besides the point. But I think it's irrefutable that excess sun exposure does increase the
Absolutely.
likelihood of wrinkles and age spots and those kind of things. And sunscreen,
even sun exposure, which is not in excess, would do that over
right?
time.
Just natural sun exposure.
We should differentiate the two types of sun damage. One is the acute one, sunburns, and that's the worst one because it predisposes you to melanoma. But there's also chronic damage, and that's, let's say that each person has a different threshold for that. Some people are able to resist large amounts of sun before seeing any signs of damage, but it increases aging regardless of the amount. So we should keep it to a reasonable minimum, which is we need sun exposure to obtain other benefits for circadian rhythm regulation, among them, but we should try to protect ourselves well using sunscreens all year round. And secondly, we should avoid sun exposure within the pinnacle hours of the day. So from noon to 2 p.m., 4 p.m., depending on the time of the year, we should avoid it. We should use both physical and chemical sunscreens. I mean, we should use physical protection, not sun creams, but physical protection, hats, caps, anything, umbrellas. And on the other hand, we should use a type of sunscreen that at least has not proven any type of toxicity so far. And there are such products. So I'm being very mindful of that in light of the evidence that some sunscreen ingredients also cause oxidative damage and get absorbed through skin, and also may have other nasty consequences like endocrine disruption. We're talking most of the classic chemicals that these creams contain behave like an estrogen and can get absorbed at least in small amounts through the skin layer. So we haven't demonstrated any type of negative consequence in humans yet, but we must bear in mind that there are not long-term studies that do that. So the data that we manage is animal data, and the only thing that the regulatory agencies care about at the moment is acute toxicity. So if it proves to irritate skin or cause any toxic effects on your liver, on your kidneys, etc., it's going to be out of the question, banned from the market. But if it shows some minor endocrine disrupting effects, which don't prove to cause, for instance, cancer in the little animals, in mice usually, it's going to be allowed up to a certain concentration. So in my practice, and after doing a thorough research, I've ruled out any type of endocrine disruptor from my recommendations, and that includes most brands. But now I'm going to go through the chemical sunscreens. I'm going to be a bit technical, sorry for that, but I'm going to go through the technical sunscreens that I concluded that at present, 2025, are safe. These recommendations may change, but at the moment, this is what I've got. We have physical sunscreens or minerals, usually zinc oxide and titanium dioxide. Out of the two, I like zinc oxide. But the problem with this one is that it does not cover you well against UVB radiation. It's a good sunscreen against UVA radiation, but you need to use very high concentrations to protect you well against UVB, and that makes it quite the opposite to a cosmetic product. It makes it quite chalky and quite dense and uncomfortable in your skin. But there's products that try to compensate that with very light excipients, such as aloe vera. There's some natural brands out there, very good ones, with zinc oxide. This is a valid option if you don't aim for an SPF 50 plus. So the maximum you're going to get is an SPF 50 out of zinc oxide. Then there's going to be mixtures of mineral and chemical sunscreens. On the other hand, titanium dioxide, I don't like it for several reasons. One is that it's toxic through inhalation. So sprays that contain titanium dioxide should be avoided at all costs. Second, it's not toxic in the natural form, same as zinc oxide when applied to your skin. So non-nano zinc oxide and non-nano titanium dioxide. It means they have not made the tiny crystals of these minerals into smaller pieces, which actually have been shown to get absorbed through the skin layer and cause oxidative damage. So the non-nano version should be safe for human use, but titanium dioxide is not safe in warm waters for the sea wildlife, because it transforms into hydrogen peroxide, even in the natural form. So in order to avoid for environmental toxicity, I don't recommend it. Then we have the chemical sunscreens, and I just need to consult my notes on this because the names are quite tricky to remember. But I've come up with 1, 2, 3, basically 3 chemicals that are or should be safe according to the current evidence. The main one is the so-called triazone or triazone. In this particular case, it's the ethyl exyl triazone. It's a UVB filter, so it would complement well our zinc oxide. It's very photostable, which means that it lasts for a long time when exposed to the sun. It does not disintegrate easily. It's not genotoxic. It's not toxic for genes, according to according to animal data. There's no mutagenicity associated to this product, no mutagenic effects, no fetal toxicity, okay, no toxicity for newborns and for pregnant women, and it's not an endocrine disruptor, which makes it safety profile one of the best. Possibly toxic if ingested, but the absorption through skin is less than 2%, which is good enough.
Right.
Okay, so ethyl exyl triazone. You can look at the ingredients of your sunscreen and see if it contains it. If it does not contain any of these 3, and it contains other chemicals, we should look at them one by one, because I may be missing some information now. But if it contains octoprilene, oxybenzone, or salicylates, like ethyl exyl salicylate, any of these 3 are endocrine disruptors. Octoprilene, oxybenzone, and salicylates. Salicylates to a lower extent, but I try to avoid them as well. They're not a good sunscreen. They're very mild, and they don't provide much benefit, and they irritate the eyes. So that's to avoid them. Second type of safe sunscreen, safe chemical would be diethyl amino hydroxybenzoyl hexyl benzoate, in short, uvinol plus, or Parcel DHHB. Uvinol plus is the popular name, but you won't see uvinol plus in your list of ingredients of your sunscreen. So you need to look at the entire word.
Right.
It's a UVA filter, non-genotoxic, non-mutagenic, non-toxic for fetuses, non-endocrine disrupting effects demonstrated so far. Risk of allergy is very low, which makes it a very good safety profile overall. It is not as photostable as the triazone, but they usually combine it with some photostable ingredients. Some ones are more photostable. Zinc oxide, for instance, is very photostable. So you can always apply a chemical sunscreen and then a zinc oxide gel or cream on top after a few minutes. Let it dry and then apply the second one on top. And third chemical is bemotrizinol or bis-ethyl hexyl oxyphenol methoxyphenyl triazine, which is from the same family as triazones. It's UVB and UVA sunscreen, both in one. Same as the others. No toxicity shown so far. Low risk of irritation. Low risk of allergy. So in short, these 3 should be in your daily sunscreen if you want a safe product. Otherwise, if you cannot find any which contains these 3, I know of a few brands here in Europe like SVR, Aven, which I have no conflict of interest with them whatsoever. I just happen to like them as the only alternatives for chemical sunscreens that don't contain other nasty ingredients and that have an acceptable cosmetic profile, so they're not unbearable to wear on your skin. But there's more brands. There's very good Korean and Japanese brands. which you can look up, which contain these ingredients.
Right.
So this wraps up the sunscreen. What I wanted to say about sunscreens.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any question regarding this.
Yeah, like I think we'll maybe put like then the names of those chemicals in the description so people it's easier for them to find those. But yeah, like so like some of these products are there like they can be a mix of these different chemicals, or they're like usually single the main
No,
chemical
they're almost always a mix
mix.
because they're limited by law in the concentration that they can have of each ingredient. According to animal data, they won't be able to have higher concentrations than what has been studied in the animal studies. So almost always you'll need to mix at least 2 types.
Yeah. What do you think about these like tallow sunscreens that have become popular?
Tallow sunscreens, that's an SPF. No, tallow. Wait, tallow fat is not a sunscreen at all. It's actually a magnifying agent. So it will
Right.
it's going to create a more homogeneous tan. But that's not a good sunscreen. You have some vegetable oils like cranberry oil, which is like an SPF 8, SPF 5. Let me just have a quick look. There's more natural agents. Coconut oil is a natural sunscreen. Avocado, I said cranberry, but there's more plants like walnut oil, aloe vera. This would be an SPF 7. Evening primrose, green tea, black tea. You can use them as complementary ingredients. In some Korean brands, they add them as complementary ingredients, but you cannot base your sunscreen routine on those. It's insufficient.
Not enough then. They're too low in SPF, right? So what's the limit? Has to be like at least 30 or 50 or?
Well, difference between 30 and 50 plus onwards is just if they contain the same mixture, it's just the time that they are stable. So a 50 plus is the longest acting substance, and it would last around 2 hours. So if you use a 50 and a 30, you can count on 30 to 60 minutes of effective protection. That's why I insist. Just use the SPF 50 plus all year round. Then you won't need to reapply it as often.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And how do you, do you apply it in the morning? Do you need to apply several times a day? Or if there's not a lot of sun, or when should you apply it?
So I do apply it by system every morning, regardless of the weather. And then depending on my daily activities, I'm going to reapply it every 2 hours, or I just will stay with one application. But in general, for, let's say, life in the city, I would recommend at least to apply it twice. Twice during the winter, and spring, autumn season, and during summer, more if where you live the daylight exposure is longer. Let's say once in the morning, once at noon, once in the afternoon, 3 times. But if you spend your Sundays outdoors, you should be reapplying it every 2 to 3 hours.
Makes sense. All right. You also mentioned retinol, which is also like another very popular skin anti-aging ingredient. So maybe we can give a little overview as well of what is retinol and like how does it work?
Yeah, sure. So this would be like the third integrating part of my skincare protocol. We've mentioned the soap and the sunscreens, and then we need something to regenerate your skin, which is basically an anti-aging substance, because we get rid of old cells, of damaged cells, and we replace them like copies of your epidermal basal layer, which contains stem cells, and it's basically a younger skin. So for that purpose, the number one ingredient is retinoids. Retinoids are a family of ingredients derived from vitamin A, which basically what they do is increase cellular turnover. So they stimulate the basal layer and they make your stem cells awake and divide faster than they could or they would be able to, limited by your biological aging. So it's an ability that we lose over time. Then, out of this family of ingredients, there's some which are cataloged as cosmetics. For example, retinal, retinaldehyde, retinol. These are, anybody can buy them and apply them, and these are the milder ones. These are also the safer ones. So the main adverse effect with retinoids is irritation, because it basically it produces some degree of skin inflammation. So the other ingredients that are not open to the public, but are the strongest ones and the ones that we use in our clinical practice are retinoic acid or tretinoin, and adapalene and tazarotene, which are new generation retinoids, much more powerful regenerating the skin, but not everybody can tolerate them. So they are prescription only. Any practitioner who uses them needs to be very mindful, needs to be very knowledgeable on how to building a tolerance with these substances and how to select the right patients for them. Because if you already have an atopic dermatitis, or if you have rosacea, or if you have acne, sometimes your skin won't be able to tolerate the pre-made concentrations that you get from commercially available substances, from commercially available drugs. Like there's one brand in Europe, only one brand that contains tretinoin, and only a couple brands that contain adapalene. And these are fixed concentrations. That's why I don't use those. I work with compounded creams. I formulate tailored creams to each of my patients with the exact concentration that I think they can tolerate. But in general terms, if we talk about the most widely used retinoid and the strongest one would be tretinoin, and tretinoin has 3 standard concentrations. You should start treating your skin with 0.025%. Don't try anything above that early on, because your skin won't be prepared and you won't be able to apply it every day. It will peel your skin on the 3rd or 4th day. You'll have to stop and start again, and then the regenerative process won't take place, because you will only be peeling the outer layer. You won't be stimulating the basal layer of the skin. So you need to build a tolerance, starting by lower concentrations and increasing them gradually according to tolerance, up to as much as your skin can tolerate. So my record at the moment with a few patients is a tretinoin concentration of 0.35%, which would be the equivalent of 35% retinol.
Wow.
It's insane. There's no cream that contains 35% retinol out there. So you can get very far with these creams, but it's usually thick skins and really greasy type skins that tolerate retinol or retinoic acid best. So this is the main ingredient of any anti-aging cream. You can complement it with other acids depending on the purpose. Like glycolic acid is very good for sunspots and for dry skins, but shouldn't be used by acne-prone skins, because it's going to increase skin secretions. It's going to increase your oily skin areas. And you have salicylic acid for those type of patients, which is a very strong drying agent, and also a mild keratolytic. It also removes external layers of the skin, but very good for those with dilated pores. Then we have other types of ingredients that I like to mix with my retinoids, like peptides, topical peptides. For instance, there's one that's popularly known as topical Botox, which is called acetyl hexapeptide or argyrenyl. It works well for the under eye area. It will relax your muscle a little bit, and it has some antioxidative properties. Also, moisturizers are very important. Alpha-bisabolol, phytoglycans, which are a form of proteoglycan, not hyaluronic acid, but smaller molecular weight. Hyaluronic acid lacks evidence topically for your skin. It doesn't get absorbed well. Although nowadays there's a few hyaluronic acids in the market that have a modified molecular structure to make it smaller, and in theory that increases absorption, but I'm not experienced using those. I prefer phytoglycans, so proteoglycans of vegetable origin. And then on a different category, we have firming agents, for instance, DMAE. It's an acronym for dimethylamino ethanol. It's also an antioxidant. And peptides. There's one very good peptide that I started to use last year with good results. Uplevity, that's the name. Uplevity. Uplevity. It's basically a tetrapeptide which works by overexpressing genes involved in cellular cohesion, so skin tightness, okay, unions between cells, and it also enhances a few enzymes that are important in the process of collagen synthesis. So collagen and elastin synthesis. So it should at least increase the most external layers of the dermis.
Right.
When we want to treat skin sagging, almost always we need a more invasive approach. So this is nice to include in someone who hasn't done any skincare so far to treat their skin wrinkles and sagginess, but we would almost always need to complement that with some type of revitalization, such as hyaluronic acid injections or collagen stimulator injections, to reach the deepest layers of the dermis.
So like the problem with most products is that they don't reach the deeper layers of the skin.
That's the main problem. So they keep improving that. Now they can reach the dermis, but still it provides a minor effect. So for someone who's 20 to 35 years old, it may be enough. But for 30 plus individuals, 35 plus individuals, they will most likely need a more invasive approach, whether it's lasers if they want injections, such as IPL or CO2 laser, or just directly injecting into the deep layers of the skin. And that brings me to a different matter that I wanted to mention. There's so far no evidence of any cream that works for cellulite, because it cannot reach the subcutaneous layer. We're talking that this is the epidermal layer, the most external one. Underneath we have the dermis. Some creams reach the dermis, and underneath the dermis there's the subcutaneous part where the cellulite occurs. So for ladies spending huge amounts of money in anti-cellulite creams, it will only provide the benefit of maybe improving liquid retention, maybe the fact of applying the cream with a gentle massage, may help improve the aspect of cellulite, but the active principles won't reach the subcutaneous layers.
Interesting, yeah. What about like microneedling? So like that has been seen to like enhance the effectiveness of certain of these serums and creams by opening up the skin and enabling it to go deeper? Is it like one way to make certain things more effective?
It is, but you really don't need it for that purpose. So if you want to, let's say, open channels, it's much better to directly inject with a needle the substances. And if you want to improve skin texture, like acne scars or superficial wrinkles, microneedling on its own is going to help with that, without the need of applying any serum or any substance to enhance its absorption. Just the fact of creating tiny wounds is going to stimulate collagen synthesis and will regenerate the skin. So it reaches deeper layers than creams, but not as deep as injections, and not as deep as lasers.
Right. Makes sense.
There was a very good image on the internet, which I'm trying to find and share with the audience, that shows the depth of microneedles versus the depth of fractional laser. Oh, here it is, I think. And the fractional laser can virtually reach any layer of the skin. It can actually trespass skin depending on the potency, depending on the amount of energy released. And microneedling only acts on the surface. So let me try and share the screen.
Share, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, well, this isn't exactly what I was looking for. This is microneedling radio frequency. So basically, don't mind the text. Microneedling would be reaching the epidermal junction, which is this layer here. Okay? And fractional lasers could cross all the way throughout the subcutaneous tissue. So for deep wrinkles, fractional lasers are the only option. As I said, microneedling works well for superficial wrinkles, under eye wrinkles, improvement of pores. Again, one useful tool for that, and it helps increase the delivery of substances. So when I use microneedling, I always apply substances. Usually, I use it combined with platelet-rich plasma. What I do is I inject the rich fraction of the plasma, what contains the most amount of growth factors. I inject it with a needle into the dermis, so on this layer, and then I use the platelet pore plasma as a topical agent after the microneedle. So I apply microneedling, and then on top, I apply the pore fraction of platelets on top to increase absorption.
Right. Is there any difference with like the DermaPen versus the home microneedling device?
The rollers.
Yeah.
Well, the difference is that DermaPen penetrates the skin in a vertical fashion, like this, whereas the derma rollers scratch the skin, so they could potentially cause more scarring. I prefer the microneedling devices. There are a few that you could potentially use at home, such as nanopore. Nanopore, it's called. It's a really it's a head with much smaller needles and much less deep needles that don't cause skin trauma, but that create superficial epidermal channels to increase the absorption of your, let's say, your night serum or your moisturizer.
Right. What about like these lasers and red light therapy devices? So are those powerful enough to have any like effects?
Oh yes, they can be very powerful. So we should differentiate between ablative and non-ablative lasers or light sources. IPL, for instance, is not laser. It's not coherent light. It's not one single wavelength. Basically, it's very strong light, like sunlight, really concentrated sunlight, where we put a filter, and that filter selects one type of wavelength. So it's an all-in-one device. It contains many lasers, many so-called lasers. So ablative means that it causes burns. These type of treatments should only be used in expert hands and for really specific purposes, not as a general tool for anti-aging. So CO2 laser is used for a type 3 to type 4 photo damage. It basically burns your skin, but not completely. It creates microchannels of burns, and it leaves separations of healthy skin that doesn't burn, which increases recovery. In comparison with phenol peels, the downtime is 25% that of the peel. So about 1 week it takes to recover from a CO2 laser versus a deep peel, which would take around a month. Much safer than deep peels. I use CO2 laser, but there's also erbium, which is a different type of wavelength. So that's to rejuvenate old skins and pretty damaged skins that cannot be tackled in any other way. Then we have the non-ablative lasers or light sources, and here comes IPL. IPL stands for intense pulse light, and it's a very good way to repair sun damage like sunspots, and also to treat skin conditions such as acne and rosacea, because it can selectively heat different areas or different elements of your skin. For instance, blood vessels. In rosacea, there's an increase in blood vessels. There's an increase in capillarity, and IPL allows for a selective burn of those capillaries without burning the epidermis. Same thing with sunspots. You can burn the melanin inside the sunspot without burning the skin, and you can also stimulate collagen with a different wavelength. So it does a photo rejuvenation. Again, very good, like microneedling for younger skin types, but anybody can benefit from that. It's just that it's not going to be enough for advanced aging.
Right.
What else? So you mentioned red light. Red light, we should differentiate from visible red light, which it would be in the spectrum of 640 to 800 nanometers wavelength, and near infrared, which would be around 1,000 nanometers. So red light is absorbed by the skin, epidermis and dermis, and so far studies have shown that it's able to reduce skin inflammation and stimulate collagen synthesis and stimulate the follicular stem cells in your scalp to extend the growth phase of your hair. It's very good for hair. Therefore, it's very good for acne. It's very good to aid in recovery after more invasive treatments such as CO2 lasers, peels, microneedling. It's going to reduce swelling. Near infrared light, on the other hand, I would deem it a good general anti-aging, good therapy for longevity, but I'm not sure about skin because it's more deeply absorbed. So it's going to have a bioregulatory effect on our cells, especially on the mitochondrial metabolism. It's been hypothesized to increase respiration by the mitochondria, so to increase the amount of energy production from the mitochondria, and it may be useful if used in your whole body. such as some sauna blankets that offer both wavelengths, the red one and the infrared one, and also some LED panels.
Right. So
I'm not sure it's going to have any effect on skin, but it might as well if it increases skin metabolism.
Right. What about like these face masks, these commercial few $100 with a red light and infrared light?
Well, there's been a few cases of burns reported with those face masks, but I don't know. I think some people may misuse them. It will really depend on the quality of the mask. So make sure that at least it's been an FDA cleared device, or that it has a CE mark if you're in Europe. On the other hand, the supplier, the manufacturer, should provide the exact wavelengths that it emits. I wouldn't trust it if it doesn't. Same with LED helmets for hair growth.
Right. So yeah, if the wavelengths are right, then it could have some benefits.
It could, definitely. Definitely. I use face mask with my patients and helmet after the injections to stimulate hair growth. So it provides benefits, in my opinion, as a complementary treatment.
Yeah, makes sense. But on the other hand, like this kind of artificial blue light, does that have like negative effects on the skin by causing like more oxidative stress to the skin cells?
Artificial blue light from
screens and stuff.
From screens. It causes photo damage, definitely. It causes, it generates free radicals, and it causes photo damage. But if you compare the intensity with the intensity of sunlight, it's nothing. So be mindful mostly of sunlight, and then on top of that, if you want to just have the perfect routine, you should also be wearing sunscreen indoors when you're under fluorescent light or in front of a screen. But that's less than 1% of what's going to influence your skin aging.
Right. Yeah. Like you shouldn't.
In my modest opinion. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like people avoid the artificial light, but then they go outside and not put sunscreen and missing the point.
Exactly, and just caring about the 1%. So, but on the other hand, I wanted to mention that certain blue light wavelengths have benefits for acne, acne-prone skins, because they kill by oxidating the bacteria that cause acne. So there's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah,
it can provide some benefits in certain clinical scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Like everything, and sunlight as well is good in certain amounts.
Absolutely.
And excess is harmful.
I recommend a bit of sunlight for patients with acne, and I make sure that their vitamin D levels are optimal.
Yeah. It's like, kind of everyone always goes into like extremes, like all sunscreen is bad, or all sunlight is bad, or vice versa. So it's never that black and white.
Exactly. 10 to 30 minutes of sun in the morning, sunlight from 8:30 to maximum 10 a.m. Is going to give you benefits with minimal downsides.
All right, that's the end of this massive super podcast. I hope you found this valuable. Definitely save it, share it with your friends and family, and stay tuned for the next year where we'll be making more videos like this and more podcasts.